Or Tom, I'm not sure if you started the webinar yet. Good morning, everybody. Do you guys always start at 8 in the morning on your second day? Usually, yeah. And we're good to go, Tom? Great. Well, it's a good early start, but I guess since we're finishing early, that's what we got to do. A couple things. Steve Keith tells me that he's got the meeting minutes updated. Is it fine to just have those posted online? And if there are any outstanding issues, that those people could take that up with Steve, or what's appropriate? I got one nod from Adam. Okay. All right. Well, we covered off a bunch of things yesterday. I was reflecting on the objectives, and one of the things that I'm not sure I did well enough is making sure that everyone understood what's going on, everyone was following things. I know at times I wasn't able to follow all the details of some of the discussions. Trying to do a better job today. I guess that's partly a product of having lots of things on the agenda and not a ton of time. And that's perhaps something that we can think about for your next steps in upcoming meetings, is thinking about that balance of topics on the agenda versus providing space not just for ample discussion, but to make sure everyone's up to speed. Just a brief on what we covered. Again, we thought about the MSAB process and how it fits into, Bruce talked about how it fits into what's going on with the other entities in the broad organization. And we got some ideas up on roles, and we didn't have much chance to discuss those roles and whether everyone agreed with those roles. And perhaps that's something for further addressing, whether it's in between meetings or in future meetings. We talked about the governance issue as it relates to bycatch and got themes up there and got that conversation pushed further along. And again, today we'll have a little bit more time to get into that. It's on the agenda. We talked about progress and people's thoughts, and people generally positive about progress. Some people feeling like, okay, we need to, while it's a process, we need some outcomes. And I guess that's really what this morning is about, is not just improving everyone's capability with this tool that's been built, but in learning about the tool to actually make some progress on this evaluation, on the evaluation of the management procedures. So hopefully that will further help develop that sense that there are outcomes, there are outputs, that you're getting somewhere. And if it isn't, or if it is, let's plan. We've got some debrief time planned to discuss that, and so that is a time where we can say, hey, this is helping. We need to do more of this, or we need to change direction to start addressing that. A number of people yesterday talked about how they're still a bit frustrated about the process and lack of progress. So we can get into that. Anyway, we also we talked about coast-wide and spatially explicit models, and we created a task for a bit of a structured comparison of the options. And so perhaps in the next steps later today, we can talk about how to go about that, whether who's doing that and whether they need any support, and what kind of timeline and how that would get reported out. And we started working with the tool, and Steve Martel started getting us going. Now, Katarina and Steve Martel came up with some exercises to just structure this morning, the next, I guess, probably a couple hours of working with the tool. And so I'll momentarily shift to gears and give the mic to Katarina or Steve. Were there any questions or burning issues that popped up in people's minds last night after the meeting or in the middle of the night or at breakfast that people wanted to raise? Good morning. So we just did a little recap, and we're about to get going on using the tool. Okay. Oh, and also my colleague Dave pointed out that I might have been cracking the whip too much. That second break that we had might have been a little too long in coming. And I was thinking about that, but thought, oh, we should get through this. Everyone's sharing their thoughts on progress, but please don't hesitate to say, hey, it's time for a breather here. All right. All right. I think I'll just turn it over to Steve and Katarina. And so, right, let me just pop up again. This thing isn't working, so we'll just go to here. That's not working. We need to shift slides. Oh, there we go. Did I just not press the button right? Again, just remind you of what we want to achieve here with this session this morning. Your working capability with the tool. Why? So you're familiar with some of the science and mechanics behind all this, and to help you become capable at asking the right questions. I think we discussed a bit yesterday about how, or maybe I'm just inferring this or reading between the lines, that a lot of people here don't want to be fisheries scientists and quantitative modelers, but there is a sentiment, certainly among this side, correct me if I'm wrong, that it's beneficial to have some capacity, capability with these tools going forward. And so that's what this morning's intended to do. And then I already spoke to achieving a sense of progress that you're getting somewhere, and that's why we want to evaluate some of these management procedures. Sound good? Katarina and Steve?
Good morning, everyone. I have to apologize up front. I have 2 sick daughters at home who kept me up all night last night, so I'm working on about 30 minutes of sleep. Yeah, I know. The good news is my wife declined my offer to have a 4th child, so that's... Steve, I don't know if you want to make me a presenter or not. The plan this morning is I want to just sort of entertain a couple of questions before we jump into here. But what I think, Katarina and I had a little chat this afternoon. Last night.
Yesterday, whenever it was.
About where to go this morning and how to break this out. And I think what I wanted to do is yesterday afternoon kind of give you an idea how if you just share one or change one small parameter, namely the minimum size from 32 inches to 30 inches, there was about a dozen questions that just popped up on the hands right away, and it's just amazing. Like all we've changed here is just one regulation, and we explained how that would have an impact on the yield, how it would have an impact on the MSY based reference points, how it would have an impact on, sorry, this might blow this up. How it would have an impact on the waste and the discards and the total mortality. Changing my screen. All makes sense. I think you need to view the webinar window. There you go. Okay. Is that in focus?
How's it look for folks?
Is that in focus? Yeah, I didn't think so either. Chris Spohr is like, yeah, I can see it. I don't even know how you focus that thing. Kind of.
Oh, we got it. Oh, that's it. Yeah.
The point of the exercise, and then one of the questions, I think Adam brought it up when we made this change in the size limit, is you can see an effect, but the question was, is this a good thing? And I think Peggy Parker, Peggy's not here this morning, so we'll pick on Peggy, said, well, I don't know if it's a good thing because I don't know what the effect is on the spawning biomass. And that's what this interface allows you to do, is it allows you to turn things off and turn on other variables so you can actually look at the spawning biomass. So if you want to view a particular variable on the screen, you can look at the different plots. So you can actually go down here and look at what the effect is on the spawning biomass. So if we were to fish at FMSY, that's the fishing intensity where these arrows are pointing down at the x-axis. Do we have a laser pointer? So these values here, FMSY, when we reduce the size limit, and that's the teal colored line. Sure, I put my rock star microphone on. There, so that's still working? Yes? Okay. There's a minor improvement in the spawning biomass in the sense that the biomass that would produce MSY actually increases slightly. So this was a result I presented 4 years ago now, 2012, at a bycatch workshop that the IPHC and the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council put on together. So 4 years ago, I suggested that if you were to reduce the size limit, you actually might get more spawning stock biomass. And Tori O'Connell, we went back and forth during that workshop, and we didn't understand why. And what I was trying to explain to her was that the total mortality rate actually decreases because we're not handling all these small fish that would eventually die. Michelle came up to me yesterday afterwards and says, why aren't you killing more fish if you do reduce the size limit and having all those sorts of impacts? Yeah, you're killing more fish, but you're also killing them at a more optimal size relative to their current growth rates. So you get more yield, but you're also not impacting the spawning stock biomass. So the point of the exercise today is to really watch or get each group to go through, make one change like this to the size limit or one change to the bycatch rates, and then think about an option whether, all right, if the size limit changes, how would that, what are the trade-offs associated with changing the size limit? Is there a risk we're going to do more harm to the spawning biomass by reducing the size limit? Is there a risk we're going to do less harm to the biomass? Are we going to have to increase our fishing effort in order to obtain our quotas? So the idea here is to change one policy variable and then look at the trade-offs. And so the exercise I think that we've come up with this morning is 4 separate exercises. I'm going to get Katarina to explain them here because I'm just about at 90% of my brain capacity right now. And then have each of the groups sort of implement that change in the tool and then sort of figure out and report back what the potential policy implications are of, or what the potential implications of that policy change are on the stock, on the catch, and the other performance metrics that we are trying to examine in our management procedure evaluation. So does that make sense with everyone? Scott.
I got, when you lower the minimum size limit, the first thing that would occur to me is that your fishery selectivity is going to change, that you're going to actually end up catching more small fish than you have in the past. And yet, when you move the lever on the one, the other one doesn't respond accordingly.
Yeah.
So how would you take into account that?
There's one of the, to get to address Scott's question, mostly because I don't fully understand his question, but and it's not that I don't understand your question. I don't understand the lever on the one. So
when you move the size limit, so
right.
you lower the size limit on that lever.
Yep.
The directed fishery stays the same unless you manually move that as well. Is that correct? The fishery selectivity.
So the fishery selectivity up here on the top.
Yes.
In the directed fishery, the top panel here, there's a minimum size limit and the 34 inches as the little caption up above here. Basically, 34 inches corresponds to the size at which 50% of the halibut would be vulnerable to fishing, and then the 40 inches is the size at which 95% of the halibut would be vulnerable to fishing. If you want to see what these curves look like by changing those sliders, you can click on the selectivity button. This is going to bring up the plots that actually show you the length-specific selectivities. And if you follow my cursor on the screen, if I go to 50% and slide it over until I hit the blue line, that's going to correspond to the 34 inches. So if I've now decided I'm going to move from a 16-aught hook to, say, a 14-aught hook, and perhaps that's going to change the selectivity to now 32 inches, and I might as well change the 40 to 38 just so we keep those curves symmetric. They don't have to be, but just so you get an idea, is I'm shifting the whole selectivity curve now 2 inches towards smaller fish to sort of represent the idea. So the question was, is that going to be a good thing or a bad thing? Well, two things happen. One is that you'll notice is that the selectivity, when you start catching smaller fish, the fishing mortality rate at which the stock would go extinct becomes much, much lower, because now we're starting to fish or harvest individuals and retain them in this case probably a year or two earlier than they normally would before they would spawn. So as soon as you start removing out that spawning potential, then the stock can no longer sustain a really high fishing mortality rate. The second thing that happens is that in order to maintain your MSY target in this case, you would also have to lower the fishing mortality rate from roughly 18% to, say, 15%. So that's the consequences of both a change in policy and a change in fishing behavior that may result as a consequence of that change in policy. I think Adam was first and then John.
So a quick recap, because I think, Scott, your question was, why didn't the selectivity change when the size limit changed, right?
It seems like we're making assumptions.
So
yeah.
First things first is we're purposely changing only one variable to try to keep it simple. So we're just reducing the size limit, holding everything else constant. As many folks around the room said yesterday, well, if we change the size limit, X, Y, and Z are going to happen, or X, Y, and Z are going to happen. People are going to change their fishing behavior, they're going to change their hook size, they're going to change, there's going to be gear changes, other things. We can deal with that here, but for the sake of simplicity, let's just focus on one item at a time. So I think where Steve was going with this is, okay, we change the size limit, we know that selectivity is going to change.
Well, we don't know.
Oh, or some folks are saying that they believe selectivity will change. And so what are the consequences of that? Michelle was wishing something else about being not a simulation.
Yeah, so I think that's also part of the is that I think there's an assumption that as we change one thing, it will simulate what will happen and be a predictable type of outcome. And so I think that's the other piece that's missing here, is that people are expecting to change one parameter and have the model simulate what the response will be and show that to us. So I think that's the other piece.
That's right. Steve, your crystal ball isn't ready yet, right?
John Woodruff. and then Scott.
So I just had kind of a separate question. Exploitable biomass. Is it based on the selectivity of various sizes, or is it based on some minimum size limit?
The exploitable biomass is a definition created with the harvest policy, and it was based on the selectivity at the time the harvest policy was created, but it's not dynamic in the sense that it gets updated. So it corresponds basically to nothing intuitive at the moment, because it's the selectivity that was in place when the harvest policy was created, but not a particular minimum size.
So selectivity changes. Selectivity could be variable by area, and selectivity could change over time. That is, as size at age changes and all that kind of stuff, selectivity could change, maybe not dramatically, but it could definitely change.
That's correct, and that's exactly why we've been advocating for the last couple of years moving to more of a total mortality accounting rather than focusing on a rather arbitrary definition of exploitable biomass to try and define the removals in the context of all the removals of all sizes.
So just to comment, I mean, this is part of why I struggle with this thing. There are all these moving parts. They all vary somewhat, and they vary differently, and they vary over time, and they vary over area, and we're looking at this thing like, oh yeah, this is it.
Yeah, exactly. What we've got at the current harvest policy is essentially a static snapshot, and it takes into consideration the information that was relevant at the time. Another example would be the calculations that I made now 2 years ago, looking at, well, how much is a pound of bycatch worth? And that calculation is also dependent on the selectivity of the bycatch fisheries, the selectivity of the directed fisheries, size at age, natural mortality, all those things. And they all change over time. So anytime we make one of those estimates, as time goes by and things change, they need to get updated, or they become, the older estimate becomes obsolete. It's a good point.
Scott?
Yeah, I'm guessing that the crux of what Scott was asking earlier was, if you're changing the size limit, you're changing the selectivity of the fishery in terms of what gets of the total mortality. So I think is the answer to his question possibly that selectivity is before discarding? It's the selectivity of the gear, including all fish that are caught, not just the ones that are killed. And
yeah.
that's why when you change the size limits, it doesn't change the selectivity. It's totally a function of the gear, and it only includes fish killed as well as fish that are, or fish retained as well as fish that are killed or subsequently discarded, whether they die or not.
My apologies for misinterpreting the question. Yes, the selectivity curve is a function of the fishing gear. It's a function of where the fishing gear is deployed relative to where the fish are distributed. So one of the big problems we had with the assessment model and the retrospective bias prior to 2012 was we had assumed a constant selectivity for the entire fishing fleet from California all the way out to ADAC. And what we've found out is, the stock of halibut, about 60% of it used to be up in Alaska, and now 30% of it's in Alaska and 60% of it's in British Columbia. Well, the composition of that stock has changed its distribution and has also resulted in a change of selectivity. So selectivity is it's a word that means two things. It means the probability of catching a fish of a given size, conditional on a fish of a given size being available in the fishing grounds. So there's two components to it. When we apply it in this model, what I'm modeling is the capture process of all sizes of fish. So you'll notice on this selectivity curve that 32 inches is probably somewhere where my cursor is. So we're still catching fish that are below 32 inches, but those individuals that are less than 32 inches are the ones that get thrown back, and 16% of those would die. And that's what this discard mortality rate is down here, is 16%.
Steve, sorry to cut you off. I'm just wondering if it'd be worthwhile to get into playing with the tool a bit and then to come back and reflect. Yeah, there are a few questions popping up. I know, Bruce. It's I'm just thinking we might get into a whole bunch of questions.
I think we need to make sure that individuals. So when we do this exercise, what we'll do is we'll break out into groups. Katarina and Ian and I and Bruce will float around and be like teaching assistants for if you want to think of this as a university lab exercise. I think it's important, though, Chris, that if there's any questions on the interface, let's ask and answer those questions right now before we jump into this exercise. Bruce Gabris, you had a question.
Through the co-chairs, before you break into groups,
Sorry, I was getting animated here. Through the co-chairs, what I would like to make a suggestion, first as a clarification, is the purpose of this morning just for us to practice with the shiny tool, or is it a dual purpose of addressing the issue of the 32 to 30 inch fish, which is on our task list, which is not on our agenda? And I would suggest to you that the latter part of that is they both can be accomplished by doing this, but the focus of the discussion where we're drifting into the actual mechanics of is 32 or 30 a better fish. And in light of that, I would like to make the suggestion we not break into smaller groups to play with the model, because that's going to take away from the discussion and the collective wisdom of the people as we're addressing that 30 to 32 inch fish issue. I'll be happy to be a good little obedient member to do whatever the group decides, but I think the priority should be on collectively getting through the 30 to 32 inch fish, in addition to learning the things that we need on the model.
Do you have a clarification, Bruce?
Yeah, Bruce, we did, the commissioners asked us in last November to look at the 30 to 32 inch fish, and we did make a presentation to the commission and the advisory bodies at our January meeting on that evaluation of the 30 to 32 inch limit, at which time the commissioners made a decision that they could not go forward on that because there was quite a bit of uncertainty about how the fleet would actually what the result would be. And in fact, this result that Steve just showed you right now is the center point of why that difference is there. So I want to come back to issues. I think the staff has addressed that for the commission, the 30 to 32 inch size limit, and they made a decision on that in January that they were not going to pursue reducing the size limit at that time. They did refer this back to the MSC for a more detailed discussion on it, but I want to just stress the point. We did actually brief the commissioners on the results of this, of which what we see right now.
Not to belabor the point here, but to the chairs, Mr. Lehman, the commission tasked this group to look at the third. Either I'm stupid or something, but my understanding was that the commissioners tasked this group to do further analysis and evaluate that, because that decision imploded. Perhaps maybe not the right term, but it imploded basically because there was some. For whatever reason, that there was a lot of uncertainty that was presented with not because of it's a bad idea, there was just lack of information and uncertainty surrounding that. So I think this body still has a task on the table to look at that in greater detail and bring it back to the commissioners at some point in time. And maybe I'm wrong, but
just again, not to belabor it, I think you're right, Bruce, that it was referred back to the commission. One of the key issues on this that we presented to the commission at the time was, if we're not having any observations in the fleet to know what's going on out there, and as Steve just described, this result shows you what would happen for all removals as the removals actually happen, not the way the landings are going to be happening. So one of the things we said to the commissioners was, if you don't have observations of what's going on out at sea, we can't interpret what the fleet has been doing. So it's not going to be possible to evaluate that management procedure unless we have those observations. So that's part of the issue on this thing. It wasn't so much that there was uncertainty in the sense that
uncertainty about what these results might be. It's just like it didn't matter what the results were if we don't have the observations to actually verify what's going on.
Adam?
So yeah, Michelle and I just conferred here. There's a couple of things. My recollection is more similar to Bruce's in that we were supposed to talk about it. Good point. To Dr. Lehman's recollection, that it was something that was tasked to us, but there's still a lot more work that needs to be done. It's not possible to deliver on this today. We still need to look at it more, though, to your point, Mr. Gabriel, about MSAB taking a further examination of it. I think one of the exercises we'll be playing with this morning is looking at size limits and the trade-offs in changing size limits. So I'd suggest that we get into some of the exercises. We can do some of this more ad hoc, relative to what Dr. Lehman was saying, ad hoc evaluation of the size limit. And we can maybe chart a path forward for how we're going to report out to, how the MSAB is going to report out to the commissioners on size limit changes amongst other management procedures. Is that okay? It's kind of a middle ground between the two. We are still going to look at size limits more, but we're not going to have a shiny report that we bring to the annual meeting.
It'll be gloss.
Oh, yeah, gloss. Oh, shiny.
And sorry, so with that, but right before we dive in, I did have one question, clarification. So yesterday, Steve, you had said that we don't collect data on the size of the fish that are discarded. So in the shiny tool then, what are we assuming is the size composition of the discarded fish? Where does that come from?
It actually comes from the selectivity curves that we would specify. So the default, when you first launch this thing up, the default selectivity curve that's in there for the bycatch fishery essentially reflects the selectivity curve that would come out of Ian Stewart's assessment model on a coast-wide basis. Now there's some areas, there's uncertainty in the selectivity curve. I would say as you go down into area 2, for example, it's probably a curve that's more towards larger fish, and if you're up in area 3, it's more of a curve towards smaller fish. Now, it's not because they're using different gears in the two areas. It's just that the composition of the population in those two areas has large fish and small fish.
So more to the point, though, is the information behind the shiny tool have area-specific selectivity built in, or is it one selectivity coast-wide?
Yeah, right now it's one selectivity coast-wide, and in our coast-wide assessment model, we also have one selectivity coast-wide. Ian also has, as of last year, I believe, was the first year where he put together a fleets, we call it a fleets areas model, where there's actually different selectivity curves in each of the areas, and we do have estimates of those, but they're not built into this shiny application because it requires prior knowledge of what proportion of the stock is going to be removed from each of the areas. Another term for that is allocation.
I just want to point out we've got a question online here with Steve, Bob, and John.
Thank you.
Jim Lane has a question. It's about using the interface, and he'd like you to go over the bycatch controls part of the interface.
Okay. So let me preface this. We have 4 exercises. 2 of them deal with size limits, and 2 of them deal with bycatch. So if I can just walk you through the controls you would be playing with when you're dealing with the size limit stuff is all dealing with the directed fisheries. So in these little, they're called well panels, but in these little boxes, the top one is the directed fishery, and down below, the middle one is the bycatch controls. If Jim's online and he can hear me, and I assume he is, if he's selected the selectivity tab so you can actually view the selectivity curves, down at the bycatch control part of this, our bycatch selectivities are a much more complicated function because a lot of the bycatch is actually occurring up in the Bering Sea where there are no large, on the Bering Sea flats where there are no large halibut. So the selectivities we often assume are sort of what we call dome shape. So for small fish, the probability of catching a small fish increases as you go towards larger fish. So by the time you get to about 30 centimeters now, a 30-centimeter halibut is going to be fully selected by the bycatch gears. And then as you start looking at, say, halibut that are in the range of 60 centimeters and larger, I'm such a Canadian, 60 inches and larger, you start to see the probability of catching these large fish decreases, and that's simply because relative to they're simply not available on the fishing grounds in those particular areas. So to Jim's question, if you look at the bycatch controls, the first two sliders here is the ascending limb, so the part that goes up, and then the descending limb, the part that goes down as you move from left to right on the screen. So if I slide the ascending limb here in scenario B down to, say, 20 inches, you can immediately see what I've done now is I've moved the probability of 50% vulnerability from 24 inches down to 20 inches. And if you play with the descending limb, you can make it even more dome-shaped selectivity and simulate what an excluder might do in a trawl, for example. So this is the idea, is if you put an excluder in a trawl, the excluders are pretty good at getting rid of large halibut, but not very good at getting rid of small halibut. So effectively, the trawl fisheries, if this bycatch selectivity were to represent just the trawl fisheries, this would be a way I would simulate putting an excluder in there, basically making it harder to catch big halibut and easier to catch smaller halibut. Okay. Down on the next two parts, Jim, is a slider. These little blue things with the buttons on them when you move back and forth are called sliders. There's a slider that you can use to adjust the bycatch discard mortality rate, or the DMRs. And the discard mortality rates, I wanted to make sure that this was a feature you could have on the interface, because one of the options that is currently being conducted by the North Pacific Fisheries Management Council through an experimental fishing permit is a deck sorting program, where the idea is, rather than catching all these halibut and putting them down into the factory hold for 3 or 4 hours where the observers can actually do a complete census on the halibut bycatch, the idea now here is to dump the bag on the deck, spend the first 20 minutes throwing as many halibut overboard quickly rather than keeping them in a hold for 3 hours, where the discard mortality rates are almost double or higher through that process. So we wanted to we have an exercise here for you this morning where we're going to have, essentially, you go through the exercise with we will reduce the PSC limits. So the next two numbers down here is, one is the bycatch mortality, or the total bycatch. So these are all of the halibut that are removed from the water. So that's 39 million pounds is the default. You multiply 39 times the discard mortality rate. So if that's, say, 20%, then 39 times 20% from the slider equals 7.8 million pounds of dead halibut. So that's what the Halibut Commission would assume after the observers have done all of their viability analysis and looked at the proportions of halibut sampled, etc. So one of the exercises there is going to try and simulate, or ask you to simulate, the observer program, or sorry, the deck sorting program, and then the second exercise will be to simulate the use of trawl excluders, and then ask, how do those bycatch management measures impact the directed halibut fishery? Okay, so we've never looked at this exercise in this room. Bycatch is a hot topic. I hope that the result of this, you're going to learn some pretty counterintuitive things, but I want you guys to go through this yourselves and not me lead the horse. I want the horse to sort of go out and try and figure out how the grass works.
Steve, Steve, just to clarify bycatch, when we're talking about bycatch, this is a selectivity just for trawl bycatch, so things like the pea cod fleet. Is that assuming they're going to use the same selectivity, or they're just not explicitly included in it?
So the selectivities that we have here and in this model mirror what we do in the assumption in the assessment. Right now in the stock assessment model, we don't break down bycatch by trawl fleet, hook and line, and all the different sectors. We actually pool those things, and then we use a weighted average to determine what the selectivities would be. A weighted average of the composition of the bycatch to determine how to estimate the selectivities. Is that roughly right, Ian?
Yeah, that's exactly right. I guess the point that's relevant for this is that even if there's a major change in the trawl fishery, it may only be a minor change in the average selectivity across all those fleets. So, as we create these examples, it might be somewhat exaggerated with regard to the entire 9 million pounds of bycatch that occurs coastwide.
Steve, could you explain the sort of starting point for bycatch controls here? Because the numbers are a little different than we would normally be encountering.
Yeah, we meant to fix that so it would be a default, but what we'll do is get you guys to all set that up so that you're using the right numbers. Roughly, I think we're about 10 million pounds of bycatch, Ian, 9 million pounds. And what's our discard mortality rate, the average DMR? Yeah, it's a weighted average. Yeah.
Microphone?
The trawl fleet was 83%, and the long line I think was about 14%, 12 or 14%, roughly around that. What I think we'll get everyone to do is we'll say we'll start out with a DMR of just 40%. I won't go 40. Let's just go to 26. Thanks. There, 24. I can't divide 26 by 2, but I can divide 24 by 2. So there's roughly 9.3 million pounds of bycatch that's going on. And so when we set up your exercises, we'll just set it up that way. And one of the exercises will be to reduce the PSC limit. So you can think of the mortality down here in the bycatch controls, the mortality box with the 9.36 in there. You can think of that as that would be the PSC limit, prohibited species catch limit, also known as bycatch for our friends from Compass. That would be the actual PSC limits from the North Pacific Council and the British Columbia Fishery and all of them all combined. This is a sort of coastwide view. So if you were to reduce, one of the exercises would be to reduce the PSC limit by say 20% or 10% or whatever you want to do, and then effectively implement a deck sorting program that would reduce the discard mortality rates to 12%. Well, as soon as I reduce the discard mortality rate from 24% to 12%, so that's a 50% reduction in the DMR, you'll notice that my bycatch mortality from the 39 million pounds I originally caught just went to 4.68 million pounds. Well, if we wanted to fish up to the PSC limit and we implement a deck sorting program, effectively we can now start to increase more bycatch. I hear some cussing over there, Jeff. Does this mean you're understanding this and it's scaring you? So now, instead of catching 39 million pounds, the trawl fleet with their EFP can go out and catch 78 million pounds.
Just before we lose him, just make sure we got room for Bob and then John. When appropriate, Steve.
Okay, I'm done. Question.
So we talked about bycatch. Thanks for the question, Jim. And I think I jumped in and abused my power of chair, but I think Bob was next and John was after
John
that.
Woodruff after that, yeah.
So, Steve, does the commission currently have how much halibut is landed by hook size at this time? For instance, the last 5 years, I've seen our fleet change selectivity in that they're doing more combo trips on blackhead. So they're catching a lot more fish with a smaller hook already. Yep. In the central and west eastern Gulf, but that may not be the case out west. So do you have that as a baseline right now of
I believe, Ian, we do have the data in our logbooks on, Ian can answer this way better than I can.
Yeah, we definitely have the records from the logs we get back. We can determine hook size, and we can determine what fraction of the catch came from given hook sizes. Haven't looked at that for the last couple of years. Most of the directed fishery does come from 16-aught hooks, but as you say, the proportion of mixed target sets has gone up, and presumably a lot of those targets are people fishing blackcod as well, which would be smaller hooks. We're kind of focused on the topic of hook size with regard to selectivity of the directed fishery, but it's not just hook size. Steve mentioned already, it's also where you put your gear and how long you spend there. So right now, with a 32-inch minimum size, somebody makes a set on a ground and they get a lot of sublegals, they may be inclined to move and try to find a place where the catch rate of legal size fish is better. With a change in size limit, there may not be that incentive to move. And so that would be effectively a change in selectivity as well, just the willingness to stay in an area that had more smaller fish rather than move to an inshore area with bigger fish or some other location. So it's not just as simple as purely hook size. There's also time of year. I mean, there's some areas that produce big fish in certain times of the year and smaller fish in other times of the year, and the choice of when and where to fish would also play into this. When we discussed this sort of stuff at the annual meeting, and the reason why there was so much uncertainty about this was because there were certain people saying, well, there's no way anybody would change their selectivity. We'd try to avoid those fish due to price. But then we looked at what the catch per unit effort would be if you were allowed to keep those fish. And what we found out was there was about a 20 or 25% increase in CPUE if you were willing to target on those small fish. And then people started to think, oh, well, that actually sounds pretty good. I can add 25% onto my catch rate by not moving to an area with bigger fish. So we're trying to create, I think, some examples here that are simplifying things a bit, but I think what we should try to do maybe this morning is work through some examples and try to worry about the pieces that we're thinking about, but not necessarily try to tie it back to the bigger question at hand yet. Just mainly focus on the example, because there's a lot more, unfortunately, a lot more moving pieces than just the ones we're looking at here.
So, Mr. Chairman, I'd suggest moving on, but after the simulations, you might go around to the actual fishermen like Greg Wellwood and Pear and just ask what, if there was a change in size limit, how do they see their vessel changing to that? Just as a ground truthing.
Yeah, very good.
I guess my question was answered, but to follow up on Bob's comment, you know, I think harvesters will change their behavior based on what happens with price. That's really what's going to happen. I mean, if you can catch more fish quicker but get paid the same price, that seems like what. So really, it ultimately is going to come down to what the market will pay for a 30-inch fish.
Yeah. So, and that brings me to the last point, is that there's a special section down here for John Woodruff only, where he gets to set the price per pound on 510s, 1020s, 2040s, and 40 ups. So this particular box is only for Brad Moreau and John Woodruff and Blake Tipton and those.
I just want to say at $5 you're not going to buy anything.
Can we get into the exercises?
Sure. I think we can. There's two options. I can split you up, or you can split yourself up into 4 groups. The easiest thing to do is go around the room, count 1, 2, 3, 4, remember your number, and then we'll put the 1s here, the 2s there, the 3s there, and the 4s there. So Katarina is a TA, I'm a TA. Jeff's number 1, 2.
What about pair?
Oh, pair, I'm so sorry. Mea culpa. Number 1, pair. All right, so 1's here, 2's there, 3's there, 4's over here.
You're going to need what, 1 laptop per group?
Yeah, you're going to need 1 laptop per group. You're going to need one competent person to drive that laptop. Yeah.
If 1's there, 2's there,
And then
can we fit a group 4 in right here?
Katarina has some handouts with the exercises. I don't know how this is.
Pair, I'm just going to slip behind you here. This is compost, yes.
1s, do we have a computer?
How did we lose a group 1? Who is a 1? Isn't 1 over here? Oh.
Realizing that we needed to look into
Thank you. I might need a computer. Maybe that's
So in your handout package, there's 4 exercises. If you're group 1, you do exercise 1. If you're group 2, you do exercise 2. We made sure everyone had a copy of it so you could see what the other groups were doing for your own comparison. So the questions you want to be asking yourself is what happens to the fishery in terms of its yield, its fishing mortality rate at FMSY, and the depletion of the spawning stock biomass, so in terms of looking at it from a conservation perspective.
Is everybody listening to Steve? Everyone stop for 1 minute. Everyone hear what Steve said. So we each have a different exercise. Group 1's doing exercise 1, Group 2 is doing number 2, etc. There's directions on what parts of the management procedure we're changing. And then there's 4 components that we're looking at in terms of the evaluation. There's yield, spawning biomass, waste, and landed value. Everyone's got that? Okay.
Thanks, Ab. All right. If you need help, put up your hands. We'll come around and help.
Are you guys?
We're done.
Okay. Yeah, these guys are done. Those guys, I think, are wrapped. What about those two? Sorry, I just realized I didn't mention to everyone. So the plan is at 22 in 10 minutes. We'll take a break. So you feel free to, everybody, hello. We're just going to go 10 more minutes. This group needs a little bit more time to finish up. But basically at, well, maybe 10:02, which is 20 minutes from now, is plenty of time for them to finish up and to have a break. And then we'll report back. Sound good? So in 20 minutes, we'll get going again. But those of you that are still doing your analysis, please keep at it and fit a break in at the same time. Thanks. Yeah, and then, yeah, water tables. So in 10 minutes, we will regroup. So please be getting your refreshments and hitting the bathroom and whatnot. Start debriefing in a couple minutes. Group one. Group one, group one. Rachel, your group, make sure you've had refreshments and things. In a couple minutes, we're going to start debriefing.
No, because what I'm doing.
All right, everyone. Can we all assemble in our groups? And can everyone get ready to debrief? Group 2? Oh, we lost Steve Martell. I imagine it's Katarina and Steve Martell they've got some questions they're going to elicit your feedback. I'm not making any sense to myself. We've got some questions to structure the feedback and the debrief. I think Steve Martell just left, and he might be behind that. Is that right, Katerina?
Yeah. I think the main
microphone.
The main objective now, if I'm correct, Steve, would be to go group by group and have each group report what they found with the exercise, and if they have any questions.
Yeah. Sorry, in the reports, I think we're just going to go through group 1, 2, 3, 4 in that order. State the problem, what you guys did to address the problem, and then what your findings were, and then some of the counterintuitive lessons you learned. And then lastly, you can just comment on, you know, what you didn't understand on the interface, or if there was anything that was unclear. You're all welcome to comment on not being able to see the prices in the box. My apologies. I have a really nice screen and it shows up quite nice, but on yours it doesn't. Questions? Robin, or sorry, Jeff.
Just wondering, as we go through these scenarios, I think what would be really helpful to me is if you could plug in what each of the groups did on your screen, so
sure,
so we can all have a reference.
Sure. All right. Group 1.
Okay, group 1, we were asked to look at change in size limit on procedure B, change the size limit to 30 inches. So we did that. What happens to yield? Yield goes up and the fishing intensity is lower. Spawning biomass goes up slightly, fishing intensity goes down. Waste goes down quite a bit, actually. And then landed value went down, which caused some questions. We thought, Joe, if yield went up, what happened there? And so what the reason that is because when you look at the prices, as we all have apparently, is in that lowest category, the price assigned is 0. So what's happened is the catch composition is shifted, so there's more fish now in that 0 category, which then led us to consider some different scenarios, because prices are something we can't control, and so we thought for extra credit, let's look at some different scenarios. And one thing we thought is, okay, even under procedure A, and this is just, I'm babbling now, but what if, because there are some fish obviously in that 5 to 10 category that are currently being caught, we set the price there at $4 a pound, for example, just to try it out. And we noticed it changed the base case, the scenario A, landed values slightly. We thought, hold it, now, why would that be? If we were, you know, if there's a size limit 0, and then it came, we thought about it and we asked Katerina, and she said, no, there are some fish that can be kept in that category. So we thought, oh, okay, well, is it right to have a 0 there then in procedure A? So then, of course, we tried, what if it was, you know, $5 and like the other prices? But the bottom line being is that landed value goes down slightly, but when we tried to play with some of those prices, what we thought could be a maybe more realistic, is that the word we're looking for? Yeah. So we set, for example, in scenario A, we set $5, $5, $5, $5 across, and then we set on the thinking that, well, you know, right now there's so few in the 5 to 10 category, I don't think there's a real price difference at the buyer level, at least one I hadn't seen, and Pear sort of thought that was maybe realistic to think about. But then if more fish started coming in that category and there did start to be a price differentiation, we said, okay, let's set that to 4, 5, and 5, and 5. And we ended up with landed value going up slightly because of the higher yield, but the landed value, it's like not even 1 million pounds on 110 million, so it's not even 1%. So it's very small, yeah, dollars, sorry. So it wasn't really that much of a change. So.
Does anybody want me to walk them through that on the screen at all, or should we move on to group 2? I sort of was doing it as Jeff or as Chris was talking about it. John.
So I can't see the numbers up there in the tables, but
that's by design.
Chris, I think what you said was if you assume that the price of the under 10s is $4 versus $5, then your landed value is very similar.
Yeah, if we assumed right now, like under scenario A, it's assumed that it's the 5 to 10 is 0, and then we assumed, okay, let's say you get, if we leave it at 0 in the scenario B, because more fish move into that category, landed value goes down. And we thought, well, you know, is that realistic? You get a 0 price, you probably get something for it, and then we said arbitrarily we just put in $4 a pound. And that moved landed value up slightly.
So right now what happens in scenario A is the size limit doesn't change, and the price for those fish is $5 for the under 10s.
Well, it's not. We put it to $5. Then we bumped it to $5, and we did the comparison. So five across the board under scenario A, and then 4, 5, 5, 5, and it's a very, very small increase in landed value.
Because the other piece of that is, I think what happens in this case is you catch more fish more quickly, so a harvester spends less effort to catch the fish that he's delivering.
And that's the sort of the more interesting question in a way is, okay, landed revenue went down, but if costs went down by more than revenue, profits went up. But that's, you know, you can't answer that with this because we don't have a cost structure. But you're right. If all of a sudden somebody can catch their fish with less effort, less cost, what does that mean?
Just to, Bob, I know you have a question. Just to give you a reference, it may not be totally intuitive. When you look at the tables, if you select the fishing rate, fishing effort is proportional to fishing rate. So with the decrease in size limit and the $4 a pound for the landed value, you're also reducing your fishing costs. Your fishing mortality rate went from 0.18 to 0.17 to catch roughly 22 million pounds of fish with less effort. So yeah, not only the marginal revenues would increase even more. Yep. Bob.
So in problem 1, was selectivity changed, or was it constant?
It was constant, and then I think from group 2 now we'll hear how their fishery is going to behave differently than group 1's fishery did. Okay. Adam, want to go ahead?
Well, I'm just going to do a quick recap, and then I'll let some other folks in our group speak. But so, bottom line from group 1 is you saw by changing just the size limit, everything else was more or less unchanged, except your wastage went down, right? You guys, because you're keeners, did some extra credit work for price per pound and found some pretty cool information. But to the original exercise, we saw that pretty much everything stayed unchanged, except we didn't waste as much fish. Right?
That was the big change, yeah.
Cool. And then, yeah, like I said, cool price work. Well.
Okay, group 2.
I nominated Jeff because he can speak to folks in a way that everyone will understand.
In St. Paul.
So we basically had the same scenario, except we decided to target smaller fish, so we changed our selectivity. So we changed the size limit from 32 to 30 inches, and we changed our selectivity. And so basically the yield, by changing the size limit and targeting those smaller fish, the yield decreased by about 500,000 pounds. The optimal yield.
Yeah, let's show everyone our selectivity. So the lower 50%, the lower limb 50% selectivity was 28 inches.
Okay.
And the upper limb 95% selectivity was 38 inches.
Okay.
So everyone can see on this plot here, the teal plot, we've changed our fishing practices to target some smaller fish. So maybe we changed our hook size. Maybe we decided we'd still fish in, you know, the chicken patch, or we wouldn't be avoiding small fish necessarily.
Thanks.
So I think the main difference between what Group 1 did, where they didn't change their selectivity or didn't target the smaller fish, and what we did here is that there's decreased wastage in ours. Our wastage increased from 400,000 to 1.1 million pounds, and I guess that is again because we're now using smaller hooks. We've maybe decided to go fish in the chicken patch, and so wastage has more than doubled. Conversely, the spawning biomass increased by 11 million pounds from about 121 million to 132 million pounds. So there was a benefit there to the spawning biomass, but a major increase in wastage. And as far as landed value, there was a decrease in landed value from 110 million to about 98 million. And that was, I think, primarily due to the change, the decrease in the yield. So then we went in and we played with the prices as Chris's group did. And we plugged in $7 for the biggest ones, $6.50 for the mediums, $6 for the 10 to 20s, and we put in a price of $5.50 for the small ones. And when we added a value to those small fish, there was actually a pretty significant increase in landed value from 110 million to 136 million. So I think the difference between targeting the small fish in Group 2 and not targeting the small fish in Group 1 was that the yield was down slightly, there was increased wastage, but there was also some benefit to the spawning biomass.
Questions?
There's Bruce, Dan, and Sean and Andrew first.
Yeah, please.
As a member of the group, so with respect to the increase in landed value, we didn't change the values for the scenario A, or the default. So that's one of the reasons that there was such a big difference. If we had changed those, you know, the difference might not have been that big. Second point is that the change in wastage is also would be attributable to keeping the selectivity at that smaller size at 50%, or so that if 50% of the fish of that size would be susceptible to harvest. So if that changed and we put I can't remember if we put a different number in, but that would also change the amount of wastage. So if it was only 25%, that would make a difference. The wastage would have. So no, the wastage would have gone. Would have been. It still would have been up, but I think, but maybe not so much. Well, actually, I'm not sure because I can't remember if we did the scenario, but it would change depending on what that number was.
So I have a question for the group, actually all the groups. One of the results they found is that with reducing the size limit and reducing the selectivity, the spawning biomass increased. Can anybody tell me why the spawning biomass increases at the reference point?
So that was one of my questions of what the spawning biomass, because that's something this exercise doesn't take into account. If you increase the spawning biomass longer term, it seems like that's a very positive thing for the resource. But the spawning biomass increases, I think, because you're taking more of these small fish and you're leaving more of the big fish in the water, I think.
Yeah, but the question is, how could you be leaving more big fish in the water? Well, yeah, that's exactly it. You're not fishing as hard. So when one of the key things to look at in the scenario they just presented is how would the IPHC's harvest policy change in response to a change in selectivity and a change in the minimum size limit. So we saw in the first example, if we change the minimum size limit, we would reduce our target fishing mortality rate from 0.18 to 0.17. But if there's a corresponding change in the selectivity, as we saw in Group 2, we would reduce our target fishing mortality rate when we're setting the FCEYs every year, or TCEYs every year, from 0.18 to 0.12. So we are being much more conservative in terms of how aggressive we have to harvest this stock because we're harvesting them at a much younger, smaller size.
So is that decrease in the harvest rate, or whatever it was you called it,
yep,
is that built into this model?
Yep.
Okay. So my other questions were selectivity. I just want to be clear I understand this. Selectivity is hook size. It's the area somebody might be fishing. I think you call it the chicken patch. Mm-hmm. It's that kind of stuff.
Yep.
And then I think you said, Jeff, the discards, I don't know if you call it discards or wastage or whatever, but it went up.
Yep.
It goes up because now you're catching more smaller fish. And so because you've changed the hook size, you're catching more under 28s than you otherwise would. And that's why, but it doesn't change the spawning biomass. That's interesting.
Well, what happens is the IPHC, in response to the change in selectivity, we would have to adjust our harvest rates downwards in order to maintain the same spawning biomass target. And that's essentially, that's why I say.
Can you show that plot, Steve, of the spawning biomass, just so you can see? The spawning biomass is actually lower.
Yeah.
The curve is lower, but at the optimal yield, it's slightly higher.
Yeah, that's a great point. So had we, another way to think of this is that had we not detected the shift in selectivity, and this is the point I made at the annual meeting, is that if we're not measuring fish that are being thrown overboard, there's no way for us to detect the shift in selectivity. So had we not detected the shift in selectivity, and we assumed selectivity was the same, we thought we were depleting the spawning biomass to this level, but in fact we were really depleting the spawning biomass to this level. So that's the conservation concern.
So this reduction in harvest rate is interesting because when you get to the annual meeting and you say, here's what we have, here's the explodable biomass, and here's the new harvest rate, it's not 18% anymore, folks, it's 12.
Yeah.
All hell's going to break loose.
Bruce, it's a double-edged sword.
Bruce Gabers.
Yeah, I just had a question. That I don't quite understand. You said your wastage went up quite a bit. If you're targeting smaller fish, that would mean you're throwing less. I mean, this is my thought process. You're throwing less fish back. You're filling your quota quicker. So how do we end up getting an increased wastage? I'm a little confused
because of the selectivity change. When you reduce your selectivity, start targeting smaller fish, even though you've reduced the minimum size limit from 32 inches to 30 inches, they happen to make a change to the selectivity where they're now actually catching fish as low as 20 inches. So it's
and that's wasted. Because of what? Smaller hooks? Okay, okay. Yeah, so you just moved down the ramp of fish size, and that's why you're. If you'd have stayed the same size hook, we probably wouldn't have seen that.
And the same area.
In the same area, no chicken patch, no selectivity of chicken patch.
Try to fill your boat
okay,
as possible.
That makes sense.
We're trying to guess how harvesters might respond when, at the annual meeting, they hear the news from the commission that the size limit's been reduced. Okay, the size limit's been reduced. What am I going to do? I'm going to change my gear. I'm going to fish in smaller places, and maybe they overcompensate and they hammer the really small fish. So.
Ian.
I don't want to make anything more confusing, but there's one more point that you and I brought up at the annual meeting that we haven't got to yet. And since we've gotten to all the rest of them, we might as well skip this one too.
Thanks.
Could you zoom in on the yield, just the yield plot on this one?
Yeah.
Or just unclick the others so that it's as big as possible?
Yeah.
The last point that we made at the annual meeting was with regard to the robustness of a given harvest policy.
Thank you.
And so if you look at this plot, you look at the red curve. That's essentially the current approach with a 32-inch minimum size limit. What you can see there is that if you get the fishing intensity wrong, anywhere from about 0.1 to about 0.35, you still get about 20 million pounds of yield. It's pretty robust to a big change in the fishing mortality rate.
He's
right?
talking about this interval.
Right. But when you shift the minimum size limit down, it's less robust. If you get it right, you win. But if you get it wrong, notice there, the range that gets you 20 million pounds is only about half as wide as it is for the higher one. And that's the last of the points that Steve and I made, is that, yeah, this could be a win, but if you're wrong, if you get off a little bit, if selectivity changes and you didn't know it, or some other factor happens, you've lost a little bit of that buffer. And that some of that buffer that's built into the current harvest policy, that's, in fact, minimum size limits are used in many fisheries just to create this kind of buffer, not necessarily for the other kinds of properties. So I'm sorry to bring another topic in, but that kind of rounds out all of the various features that we discussed at the annual meeting last year.
In Carrie's defense, she brought this point up right away when she saw it, and it is a good point, especially when we're trying to deal with a lot of uncertainty. Yeah, the consequences of getting it wrong, because we know it's really hard to figure out what the FMSY is. The consequences of getting it wrong with Procedure B are much more significant than in Procedure A.
This is even a bigger issue for salmon. If you look at the same equilibrium fishing mortality rate in the yields in Pacific salmon, because they spawn and die, the way their curves generally look are like this. And most of the target fisheries, they're trying to find this sweet spot. Well, if you look at the estimates of their uncertainty on their fishing mortality rates each year, they're out there. So if you overdo it, there's really big effects that can happen with salmon populations. Halibut and other enteropara species, especially rockfish that live for hundreds of years, they can sort of hedge their bets and spawn 50, 80 times over their lifetime, whereas salmon, they got one shot, and that's it. Bob?
So this model, though, this result does not presume any change in sex ratio.
Yeah, there would be a change in sex ratio.
Well, there would be.
Yep.
But does this model do that? Does it presume that change?
Yeah, what I'm not showing you is any composition of the catch, male, female. If that's a desirable quantity, we can certainly do that. It's something we're starting to measure in the field, so I don't see any reason not to continue with morphing this tool to look at sex ratios if that's a quantity of interest.
Well, just if the males were increased with increased frequency with a smaller size limit, it would seem that would buffer some of the left side of that fall off.
Yeah, it would actually be nice to show these curves for yield of males and yield of females. So I think what you'll see is with a change in size limit, the sex ratio will become less skewed because, a reduction in size limit, the sex ratio should become less skewed because basically female halibut recruit to the fishery 4 or 5 years faster than a male halibut does. So that's why the sex ratio of the halibut fishery is primarily females. Bruce?
Yeah, I'd like to just thank Ian for bringing that point up in that chart, because that'll, even though that's not necessarily what everybody's looking at, yield and such, the robustness of the estimate and the risk of getting it wrong, that would tend, in this case, that's a huge factor there. So I think that's something that, even though it's maybe hard to model, but it sure shows up in a graph that way, and that even us lay people can figure out that the risk in that model of when it's robust is far less than that. So that's a good reason alone, I guess, to leave that part the way it is.
The other thing I'll point out, only from my experience with dynamic models and implementing these things, is when you come up with a harvest policy that has this very narrow yield, and you plug it in, Alan Hicks can probably back me up on this, you plug it in your harvest control rule, one of the measures we look at is how variable is the catch. And when you have a harvest policy that has this sort of teeter-totter thing, the variability in your catch is going to go up considerably, whereas a policy that has a really wide range where you're still achieving about 90% of the yield over a really wide range of fishing effort is going to have a lot less variability. And I think that was one of the things, well, it is one of the objectives we've specified, is we want to try and minimize the long-term variability in the catch. So developing a policy that way that has a nice broad yield curve is going to lead to less long-term variability in the catch, whereas something that's narrow, fishery scientists would call this point here where the arrow comes down FMSY, and this point here where the population goes extinct, Fmax. So when Fmax and FMSY are really close together, you're almost certain to have a fishery that's going to be boom and bust. A salmon. Okay.
So just to tie up ours, we found in this scenario that yield didn't change too much, spawning biomass didn't change too much, probably within the bounds of uncertainty. Wastage went up a fair bit, and we played around with landed value and found some differences, but only if you made difference in landed value between the procedures. So on the whole, it wasn't a big change for anything, just a lot more wastage. The take-home message, though, I think we had at the end of the discussion is the instability that could result from this sort of harvest rate. There's a chance of getting it wrong and having pretty significant consequences.
Okay. Group 3. Oh, sorry, Dan. your hand blended right in with your shirt, and I didn't even see it.
That's all right. So just an observation after going through this, that the does the outcome of this scenario lead to the conclusion that we shouldn't change size limits? And I just toss. I don't want to get in that discussion, but that's not what the model's supposed.
Yeah. I don't think. I think, as I said at the annual meeting, changing the size limit is a policy question. If it's something, we can adjust the harvest rates, ensure we have a long-term sustainable fishery. But it really is a policy question, and it may even come down to market demand. And if there's no market for it, then there's no reason to change the size limit. I argued that it, has, as you saw before, the potential to reduce the cost of fishing, because you're no longer throwing away, especially in some areas where you're throwing away a high proportion of the catch, at least we're assuming you are. So that's one benefit. But what I think we really need to do to evaluate that question properly, Dan, is to actually build the dynamic model and ask, all right, we're here today, will changing the size limit get to where we want to go?
What are your objectives? Have we met our objectives? That was a bit glib, but that's an excellent question. I mean, that's exactly why we're here.
John?
Well, so that's exactly what I was thinking. I mean, I'm looking at those two curves and the explanation between them, and I'm thinking, wow, there's an aha moment, because truly, if as you said, you get the zero close to the MSY, you could have, and then you do get those huge fluctuations. That's a great reason not to go. But then I start thinking about, well, is this really projecting reality, and how much stuff is in here that shouldn't be, and how much stuff is not in there that should be, and you get up to all those kinds of things. Because intuitively to me, it seems like, and I get that you're going to catch smaller fish, but intuitively it seems like if you catch smaller fish and you don't impact the total resource as much because you're not catching as much, it has to be positive. But that's an interesting.
Yeah. It got erased off the board, but I just want to remind everyone that these long-term equilibrium models, it's sort of like, it's not how we're going to get to tomorrow. You have to think of it, 50 years down the road. If we could maintain this harvest policy, what would the likely outcomes be? And that's essentially what we're trying to do. Alan brought this up with some of the groups. I might as well share this. If you go into the dynamic model and you wanted to just ask and answer the long-term questions that we're asking right now, it's days and days of work for a computer to sit there and grind through the numbers. What I've done is a whole bunch of algebra that just basically gives you the analytical solution at the end of the 50 years. If you want to go into that part, that's the part that really gets me excited. I'm like,
Katerina, did you want to add something? And then I just wanted to open the floor. If there's some folks that are not following things, if there's any clarification questions, just please do ask them after Katerina.
I just wanted to add that one thing to remind yourself is that the scenario 2 assumed that when you change the size limit, you're actually changing the selectivity quite a bit to target more of those smaller fish. So if you think about reality, you have to think, like, is that actually going to happen, and to what extent? So you have to monitor that as well. It's like it's one more layer of complexity there.
The floor is open, you said, for...
Well, if I just wanted to make sure if there's anyone that wasn't caught up. I guess we're moving on to group 3.
Sure.
Great. So I'll start out and look for others to add. But so group 3, we plotted something a little bit different than what's reflected on the page, just because there was a change that needed to be made. So we did the bycatch controls, and we're trying to simulate if excluders were used in the trawl fishery to achieve a reduction in the PSC by 17%. So the PSC was reduced to 32 million pounds from 39. And then the bycatch ascending selectivity went from 24 to 30 to 15 and 30. And then the descending selectivity went to 40 and 60.
Okay, so something like that?
Yes. Oh, and then an important factor was that the discard mortality rate should be at 0.24.
Yep. For both. Yep.
For both. Yeah.
Okay. And what'd you find?
Yeah, so what we noted was that there was a higher yield and slight change in wastage, not much difference in wastage, and then a higher landed value. But then in looking at the spawning biomass, we went to the tables to try and get a better view because we couldn't see much from the plot, and noted that the spawning biomass at MSY decreased from 125 to 121, but the spawning biomass at an SPR of 30% increased.
Nice. What's SPR at 30%?
SPR at 30% went to 187 from 181.
No, what does SPR at 30% mean?
Oh, the harvest rate, is that what you're...
So what does SPR stand for? It's the spawn potential ratio. So this is the concept that Ian introduced to the commission in the last year about monitoring total mortality rate. Coming up with estimates of MSY is actually a really difficult thing, and we only do that in the council only does that in tier 1 and tier 2 stocks where you can get a reliable estimate of the stock recruitment relationship. If you don't have good data on stock recruitment, what people use, and I think it actually started from the commission with Bill Clark's work, is a proxy called the spawning potential ratio. And what happened, I think it was in 1990, is Bill Clark wrote a paper that says over a wide range of spawning potential ratios, which is independent of the stock recruitment relationship, I think values between 0.3 and 0.45, you can achieve about 90% of the maximum sustainable yield. So because SPR is easy to calculate and doesn't require data on the stock recruitment relationship, a lot of the councils use that as a default proxy for our MSY-based reference points. And what we hear is the term FSPR, which stands for the fishing mortality rate that would reduce the spawning potential ratio down to a certain percent. So I think the Hake has a harvest policy of 40%. Yeah, so the FSPR is 40%. So they're trying to reduce the spawning biomass to 40% of its unfished or per recruit level. When you have these equilibrium values here at MSY, it's probably easiest if I explain this using a plot. You just look at the equilibrium yield. FMSY corresponds to where the arrow hits the fishing intensity line. And if you look at the spawning biomass, the spawning potential ratio, there we go. what happens is it starts at 1 when there's no fishery. In this case, it doesn't start with 1 because there's 7.68 million pounds of bycatch even when there is no directed fishery. But as the directed fishery ramps up and we maintain a constant harvest of 7.8 million pounds of bycatch, then our FSPR goes down to roughly, I don't know how am I volleying that, about 0.3233. The table you were looking at SPR 30, that would imply you're going to fish the stock even a little more aggressively. So you're going to have a higher fishing mortality rate. You're going to reduce the spawning stock biomass even more than the MSY value. And so you get a slightly, you get less yield because now you're over top of, you get more spawning biomass, but you get less yield because you're over top of the curve.
Sorry, Steve, so you're saying you get, overall, you get more biomass, but you get a lower yield per recruit. That's what you're looking at.
That's right.
So this is a important point, but a tricky point. It's a bit of a tangent from the actual exercise, but I'm glad that it was brought up. So FMSY is a tricky thing to work with. So FSPR is an alternative that we've seen presented, I guess last year at the annual meeting was the first time. And there's a handful of good arguments as to why it would be preferable over FMSY. We can see some of the consequences here, but I think the take-home message from what we've just heard is that this is a different metric than we're used to seeing, but it's probably a preferable metric for us to be using over FMSY. Take that and park it in the side of your brain while we still consider the results from this specific task.
And so the group 3, we had a brief discussion on that as well, and so recognize that it's a different metric, but if we're not seeing the results that we would like to see, then it might be that we just have the SPR specified at the wrong level, or we need to adjust what our SPR, what we want that to be. And then Bruce. Has been...
And there's one other aspect of this particular example, the way the modeling is set. It assumes that the total PSC cap is caught in the model. So when we're saying, it was one of the discussions we had about adding an excluder to that, if you're eliminating bigger fish, and therefore, ergo, the higher percentage of smaller fish. From a regulatory standpoint, I guess we came to the conclusion that you basically take worst case scenario that those targeted groups are going to use their total PSC. But if they're 8 million pounds below the PSC, the reality of it is that probably is not going to happen because they're going to catch the quota of their target species before they're able to use the full PSC. So right, wrong, or indifferent, I mean, you just need to be aware that we're assuming that the PSC is one of the limitations here, and if we're not catching a bigger halibut, it's going to automatically translate into a smaller halibut, which may not be the case with the extruder. It just might be a lower PSC removal. So for what that's worth, just keep that in mind, that's one of the limitations, well, not limitations, that's one of the characteristics of this particular model.
I just wanted to add one thing as well, that it seems that there was a bit of a trade-off here as well. So if you scroll down to the actual mortality, the bycatch mortality, so by reducing the PSC limit, we actually reduce the mortality from about 9 million pounds to 7 million pounds. But we also end up with a decrease in spawning biomass as well, and that's due to, we think, the change in selectivity, which results in the killing of more small fish.
So, so part of the conversation had been just speculating on what the fishing behavior changes we might see in the trawl fishery, and the thought there being that if their target species quota remains the same, but their efficiency at achieving that quota decreases because they change where they fish, and they're using an excluder now to exclude the larger halibut, then it might take more time and effort to catch their same quota, which would then result in an increased catch and smaller fish. So looking at the efficiency side of it. The other thing is, just in playing with Shiny even more, I just explored what level would we have to go to, for example, to see a notable change in total mortality, yield, and landed value. So just
the term is extent practicable.
Yes. So just to offer from the Pacific Council standpoint, we have a much lower amount of bycatch overall before we had our IFQ fishery and our bycatch quota, just from the sheer reduced volume in Area 2A compared to areas further north and west. So our bycatch prior to the IFQ fishery had been, I'm going to say, 500,000 to 600,000 pounds. And then with the bycatch quota, that's been reduced down to about 60 million pounds. So we've seen about an 80%, 60,000 pounds. So we've seen about an 80% decrease or more in the fishery. So just playing with the dials, I looked at if the PSC were reduced to 20 million pounds, so a 50% decrease, which would then bring the mortality to 4.8 million pounds. And then that's kind of at that level we saw considerable change in the mortality, yield, and landed value. The other interesting part that I have a question about that I wasn't able to figure out is why, if we reduce the discard mortality rate and don't change anything else in Procedure B, but if we look at the discard mortality rate at the 0.24, if we reduce that down to 0.2, as an example, we get a lower spawning biomass at MSY and a considerably lower spawning biomass at SPR 30%. But then if we decrease discard mortality rate again to 0.15, we get another slight decrease in MSY biomass, but then we bump back up our spawning biomass at SPR 30% to about the same level we get at a discard mortality rate of 0.24. And so we weren't quite sure why it dips down and then jumps back up.
Sort of. Yeah, you lost me too.
Yeah, okay. Right, so number one, the discard mortality rate under bycatch is across all fleets, right?
Up here?
Yep.
It's just for the directed fishery.
No, the bycatch discard mortality
here,
rate.
It's for all fleets.
Yeah. And so right now it's at the 0.24.
Yep.
So if we just slide that to 0.2,
correct,
and see what the change is.
Do we still have 39 million pounds of bycatch?
No. So this is at the 20.
So there's two things being changed here, both the discard mortality rate and the bycatch. Yeah.
Yes.
With
but then across the different
selectivity. So three things that have changed. Okay.
Yeah. From the base case.
I'm following you so far.
From the base case, right? So then if you look at I focused on spawning biomass.
Okay. So your question is?
And then from here, I just changed the discard mortality rate from the 0.24. I slid it down slightly to 0.2 and saw the difference in biomass.
Yeah.
And then down further to 0.15. And the biomass goes back up, similar to what it had been under the 0.24. So it goes down, and then it goes back up.
I think I have to look at the tables. So we're now we're focusing on this number, the 121.44. So if I have the 0.24 discard mortality rate, you get a biomass of 124.64. If I slide it down to 0.2, I get a biomass of 122, so it's going down. And if I go to 115, it goes down to 121, so it's still going down.
Yep, and that's right. But so then if you look at the SPR at 30%,
right,
then the biomass so that one, so the MSY makes sense to me, but the SPR at 30% goes from 194.9, then it drops down to 187, and then it goes back up to 193.9.
At 0.15?
Yeah.
There you go. You want to explain that one, Ian?
My guess, and I'm not sure, but my guess would be it has to do with your trading yield off between the bycatch and the directed fishery.
Yep.
And at some point you're optimizing the yield per recruit in the directed fishery. And at some point you're on either side of that peak.
So, Michelle, you just independently, I never coached you on any of this, right? Independently, you just made the same discovery I made coming out of the council meeting. And this is what led to the whole concept of a footprint. Collectively, the directed fisheries, the bycatch fisheries, and everything else, when we add them all up together, they basically, if you could do a weighted average and combine all the catches, they would have their own weighted selectivity. And Ian's spot on. Effectively, what's been going on is as you reduce the discard mortality rate, there's a savings coming out of the bycatch fisheries, but they're immediately being supplanted and scooped up by the directed fisheries. So the bycatch fisheries remember, the bycatch fishery has and just by lowering the discard mortality rate, you're effectively lowering the total mortality. But remember, the bycatch fishery has a footprint that catches small fish. The directed fishery has a footprint that catches large fish. So what you saw was things got better, and then you found the tipping point, and things get worse, and then things got better again. Because effectively what the fishery has done is it's gone from a growth overfishing situation back into maximizing or getting a higher yield per recruit out of the fishery, just because of an effective reallocation of the resource from a fishery that has a small selectivity to a fishery that has a larger selectivity. So that's what's going on here, and I'm actually blown away that you found that. It took me 3 years to find that. You found it.
And for the record, Steve did have to coach me to figure that out.
And I did it for free.
Yeah, you guys always astonish me. Wow. I didn't even know where to go from there.
Well, there is Group 4.
Yes,
yeah, they
Group
might
4.
even blow you away more.
Any questions on that? All right, Group 4. Who is the spokesman?
So I'm reporting. All questions go to back to Bruce, though. So we had the same PSC reduction of 17% and an implementation assumption of the deck sorting, so a lower discard mortality rate. The 17% reduction reduced our bycatch number to 32 million. And then our bycatch controls changed bycatch discard mortality rate to 0.26. And then we changed the bycatch discard mortality rate to 0.15. And we looked at yield, spawning mass, waste, and landed value. So there was no weighting of the importance of small discard versus big discard. All the discards are treated equally in this. And so the yield increased, went from 15 to 20, so a 33% increase in yield from 15 to 20. And then waste followed that from 0.28 to 0.39. And our spawning biomass went from 119 to 121. And the landed value assumed no difference in price between the 15 or the 20, even though there was a 33% increase in yield, and it went from 78 to 104.
Questions? Dan.
Sorry, Bob. Can you give me the assumptions again?
So we're at 32 million pounds of bycatch. On procedure A, the bycatch control changed it to 0.26.
Just we've had a couple phones here in the last minute. Could everyone please check their phones? Put them on silent.
And then on procedure B, we changed the discard mortality rate to 0.15.
Right. And so that lowered your bycatch mortality to 4.8. Is that what they were supposed to do, Katarina?
And then we increase the bycatch.
Oh, you have to increase this number
Until we reach the former limit, which was
64. 64? This is every time I click this button, I can see Jeff over there getting sick. Okay.
Microphone.
Thank you. I think when I stopped with them, we decreased the bycatch mortality to 0.13, just to make it the calculation easier, because it's just half.
Okay. All right. So, and then there was no change in the selectivities on this particular scenario. So they haven't. There's no gear innovation or anything in the.
There's no size limit change either.
Yep. No size limit change. Okay. Pardon me? Okay. Questions? So this is effectively what we're trying to simulate here or represent would be the potential of having a deck sorting program that could somehow reduce the overall DMRs by 50%. And at the same time, you have a 17% reduction in the PSC cap. So just what can go wrong here?
The assumption is that all the discard are equal.
All the discard mortality rates across sizes are equal?
Right.
Yeah, that's correct. That's one of the assumptions.
And that may not be reality.
Yeah, you could have a size-dependent discard mortality rate where smaller individuals have a higher probability of fitting in a sperm whale's mouth than a larger. They have a big mouth, yeah. Anything else, Bruce?
Steve, you said that the PSC would drop by, the reduction by 17%. Is that a change in the variable, or what does that mean? I mean, why is the PSC cap dropping in this modeling exercise? You're saying there's a reduction of that much?
Yeah, in the June council meeting, the PSC limits were lowered by effectively 17% across all of the fleets.
So that's not part of their modeling exercise here. So that was.
So it was 39 in the A and 32 in the B. That's the 17% reduction.
So what Katerina was trying to implement is that this was the old PSC limit of 10 million pounds, and this is the new PSC limit. If we're going to develop a harvest policy, we would assume that that PSC limit is going to be fully utilized. So if they're going to implement a deck sorting program that will reduce their discard mortality rate by half, if they're going to fish right up to the cap, effectively they would be doubling the amount of bycatch. Right? Instead of catching 39 million pounds of fish at a 26% discard mortality rate, you would catch 78 million pounds at a 13% discard mortality rate. This is what makes Jeff groan. Bob.
So are you presuming that the fish that are kicked out because you got a what do I want to call it, extruder in there, are part of the bycatch in this equation?
No, they're never caught. You don't see them.
Okay, so there's still a doubling, presuming that.
Yeah,
if
the
you
fish
don't,
that would go through the excluder don't show up in this model.
Okay.
That's what the selectivity does. When we model selectivity and we make it more of a dome shape, you didn't in this particular case study for number 4, but when you have a dome-shaped selectivity, that was what Michelle found out, was the same conclusion I came to at the end of the June council meeting was, whoa, if the caps are the same and the industry involves some gear innovation that gets rid of big halibut, and now they're going to fish and catch even more small halibut, then the overall footprint of the fishery is now shifted towards growth overfishing. So the IPHC is now going to have to lower its harvest rates because of the conservation efforts the trawl industry has put in place, which didn't make sense. They're saving fish, but we're developing a harvest policy around a fixed cap. And we have to assume that that cap would be fully realized when we were developing the harvest policy. I don't know why you would put a cap in place and say, oh, they're only going to catch 50% of it, and develop a harvest policy around that. Michelle.
Thanks. So the other thing I think to keep in mind, which kind of exacerbates the problem, is that the PSC cap is on the bycatch.
That's right.
In terms of the 39 or the 32 or whatever it is that we're going to be looking at. It's not on the mortality.
No, the caps are on the mortality.
So when we look at what is the cap then? Is the cap at the
PSC limit is a limit on how many dead halibut there are. So when we have observers on different vessels, say a trawler, 80% of the fish they catch are probably dead, and so they would get assigned an 80% discard mortality rate. Catcher processor fishing cod, they actually have, I think, 3 categories for their DMRs. So they have so the observer's on board there. When the observer will then tell the guy at the roller, hey, I want a 20 fish sample. So then the roller man the next 20 halibut he'll hand over to the observer, and then that observer is going to do a viability analysis, and he's going to figure out what proportion of those 20 halibut are good, moderate, and severely injured. And the good ones get a 3.5% discard mortality rate. The moderate ones get a 33% discard mortality rate, and the severe ones are 66, roughly around there. But I think that's right. Something like that, anyways. So then you have those three categories. So to calculate the overall discard mortality rate, it's a weighted average of those three categories, expanded out to all of the other unobserved vessels. So their discard mortality rate and their discards get combined together when we do our stock assessments. We don't treat bycatch from trawlers any differently than we treat bycatch from a catcher processor.
Dan, and I know Chris was thinking, okay, so it's just Dan and then Bruce, I guess.
Dan?
So I think what troubles people is the amount of bycatch. Even though it goes back in the water, it's the question is whether the condition of those fishes would be the same as the condition of fish not even touched.
Yeah.
And so that's my assumption.
The 2013 Observer report, if you look at it for the first year of the new Observer program in Alaska, they estimated it was 52 million round pounds of total halibut were caught in their bycatch fisheries and were thrown overboard, and then they assigned the appropriate discard mortality rates to those. So the assumption there, I think it was roughly, those are round pounds. After you do the conversion to net pounds, it's 39 million net pounds of halibut were caught by non-commercial or non-directed halibut fishing and were thrown overboard. And then after we applied all the discard mortality rates, it ended up to be about roughly 9 million pounds.
Steve?
I think it was Bruce, then Bob.
Okay.
I'll let Bob go first.
Okay.
So, Steve, you made a comment that you're assuming 100% the cap, the trawl cap is always hit. But if you're reducing the mortality by 50%, it seems at some point the trawl fleet may well hit their TAC of the directed fishery, which truncates any additional mortality on halibut. And I don't know where that is, but
yeah, no, that you bring up an excellent question. And this is something that we have to debate about: is do we develop a harvest policy, assuming, not having data on what the actual catch rates are in those trawl fisheries. Let me put it another way. Let's say the trawl fisheries catch 10 halibut per tow, and the trawlers have to go out and they have to do 100 tows to catch their quota of yellowfin sole. So if they catch 10 halibut per tow, they do 100 tows, that's 1,000 halibut that die. If I did the math right, keep everything base 10, you'll be okay. So 1,000 halibut die. So next year, the yellowfin sole quota doubles. They got 1,000 halibut cap, let's say. Now they're going to run into that cap. If the encounter rate is still the same on halibut, they get 1 halibut or 10 halibut per tow, and now they have to do 200 tows to catch their cap. They're going to get to 100 tows and be shut off. Or do you implement deck sorting, or do you put in excluders and try and reduce your encounter rate from 10 halibut per tow to, say, 5 halibut per tow? And they're getting charged, 5 dead halibut for each tow. So that's what they have to do to compensate for that. So that would require us to develop a harvest policy that not only jointly considers the population and dynamics of halibut, but then we also have to, Carrie's already nodding her head, we also have to develop a population model for yellowfin sole and model the dynamics of that fishery. So you've opened up a cool can of worms for someone who does a lot of math, but how are you going to do it? I don't know. Bruce.
Well, Bob, I'm glad you went first, because that's exactly where my point was, that we're assuming that even though it's not reality, that the total PSC is harvested. And I think the goal, both from the directed fishery as well as a trawl, would be to, per tow, if you will, to lower the amount of halibut that are caught per tow by whatever methods possible.
Yep.
And also lower the mortality of those that are caught in that tow. So when we're doing the modeling and saying that regardless of what improvements are made, the trawl is always going to go back up to their PSC cap, I don't necessarily think that's, first off, I don't think that's realistic, and nor do I think that's useful, because we're just assuming they're going to use it. And if the yellowfin sole doesn't increase and it takes them 10 tows to catch their quota, then they're only still going to do 10 tows, and we're hoping to reduce the halibut from 10 per tow to 5 per tow, and hopefully increase the survival. So I guess if that's a limitation of the model, we just need to be very conscious of it, that, yeah. or there has to be some kind of a paired, which I know the trawl is adverse to. The more they improve their methods, the more we want to lower the cap so they can't get that increase. Yep. But I don't know how the model is going to help us if we keep assuming they're going to catch the total amount and there's no benefit of the savings. Then is how I see when we work the modeling. It doesn't show us any benefit by it because we're just assuming they're going to do more tows and that. So I have a problem with that.
Just a reminder, Bruce, this model is intended to look at the harvest policy. What would we set the fishing mortality rate for in the fishery next year given some change in size limit? There's certainly a whole another suite of options. You know, if the trawl fisheries, we keep saying trawl fisheries, but if the bycatch users were able to achieve their quota and still leave halibut in the water, from there there's a whole bunch of options. You can either say, well, let's give that halibut to another sector that can use it. It's still going to operate within our sustainable fishery, but we need to figure out what is the equivalent bycatch limit that would be allocated to a directed fishery limit. So if, for example, you've all heard of the U26 bycatch translates into 1 pound of lost over 32 directed fishery. If we can figure out, and that changes that number, but if we can figure out what a pound of bycatch is equivalent to in terms of a pound or per number of pounds in the directed fishery, you could literally transfer that quota from one sector to another sector if it wasn't fully realized. Moreover, if the other fishery gets handcuffed and they can't fish their quota, like 4CDE last year, and they need to somehow, you know, get quota from the bycatch fishery into the directed fishery, you could do the reverse transformation.
There's Adam, John, and Michelle want to talk. I'm just wondering, we've got an hour to lunch. Do people need a 5-minute breather at some point in the near future? There's a number of people nodding. How about we take 5 minutes for a quick break? We've got a few questions, and then maybe something else we'll shift into before lunch as well.
And thank you all for entertaining this classroom exercise. I learned a lot watching it. So.
All right, everyone, can we reconvene for the final 50 minutes before lunch? Can everyone please seek their seats or standing spots? All right, folks, we just have 50 minutes before lunch. We've got caterers coming in, I understand. First off, there were a couple questions. I managed to talk to John about whether, it sounds like these questions could keep popping up and we could go on for a while. However, there's some other things on the agenda. And so I'm going to present some options. But first off, was this whole morning exercise useful to people? We've heard a few voices. Is that a pretty broad, in the corner here, Carrie, your gang, the people around you, Rachel, and then the Scots. Okay. You guys always, I noticed there are 2 orange Subarus outside. Are those yours? You guys sit near each other? Okay, great. Well, we being Katarina and Adam and Steve Martell and Dave, we weren't sure how this exercise was going to go. We were very pleased that everyone seemed to be really engaged. And I guess something to think about this afternoon when we have some time to talk about next steps. We might raise the topic of, should this sort of thing be done again to get everyone working in groups, or maybe you got out of it what you need to get out of it, maybe not, but something to think about. Adam was going to raise earlier, and I'm going to call on him to either himself or, let's say in 5 minutes, if possible, sort of raise the big picture synthesis of the big learnings and the big messages that came out of that. Adam.
Thanks, Chris. So there was 2 things. First is to try to get a couple of bullet points from the 2 bycatch examples about what trade-offs we learned. From the size limit ones, we saw that there wasn't really, by reducing the size limit, there wasn't really notable consequences to yield or spawning biomass. There were some consequences to the landed value based on what you assumed the price per pound was going to be. So a very rough, very crude statement could be that in this equilibrium model, there's not much benefit to reducing the size limit because of trade-offs that may occur with selectivity. We don't really see much difference. That's very rough. There's obviously differences with how many fish you're sorting through and your fishing efficiency that are obviously of value. But it'd be helpful if the bycatch folks could put together a few points of their trade-offs. So what did you see? What did you see for yield? Was there a positive change for yield as a result of the changes in PSC limits?
So, well, just so from group 3, so part of it was, yes, there was a significant change in yield, and then we walked through kind of what the changes were in the spawning biomass that seemed to change relative to the discard mortality rates, which then reduced the bycatch mortality, or what we're simulating as the PSC limit. And so as we changed the discard mortality rates from the 0.24 to the 0.2 to the 0.15, the bycatch mortality then went down from 4.8 to 4.0 to 3.0. And then what was noticeably of benefit was the difference in value then as it related to the directed fishery. So the bycatch mortality, for example, of going from the 4.8 down to the 3.0 had roughly the same spawning biomass at the 30% SPR, but the value to the directed fishery essentially doubled from 17 million to 30 million. So that was kind of the noticeable difference, was the value in the directed fishery with the changes in the PSC. So even though at the point 2 we found that the spawning biomass at SPR 30% went down from the 194 to 187, and then it went back up again when we reduced the DMR even further, there was still an increase in value from 17 million to 25 million to the directed fishery. But then as you went to further reduce the discard mortality rate, then the value in the directed fishery went up to 30 million. So the difference being the current discard mortality rate at 0.24 had a value of 17 million in the directed fishery. Reducing that to the 0.15, as was done by the fourth group, then increased the value in the directed fishery to 30 million.
So trying to distill that into a sentence is that reducing the PSC had increased the landed value to the directed fisheries. It was a reallocation of the catch from one fishery to another. Is that too rough to summarize?
So on Team 4 was the other one that looked at PSC. Reducing PSC, it gives you the biggest bang for the buck as opposed to dealing with size limits, it looks like, is what between these two, the first two and the last two exercises. So our yield increased by 33%. I was surprising. Our spawning biomass went from 119 to 121, so that was, in my opinion, very disproportionate there. I don't know why that doesn't change more, but and then the economic value, of course, went up with the increased yield. So, and all of that, I think, is driven by the PSC limit, and assuming that that's going to be achieved.
Robin, you want to add something?
Yeah, just to add to that, the other trade-off we saw was that it's important to think about changes in behavior in the bycatch fleet, because in our initial scenario, even though the changing the PSC limit, reducing the PSC limit would be expected to result in an increase in spawning biomass and benefit to the directed fishery. If the bycatch fleet changed their selectivity either and using excluders or shifting to grounds where there was smaller halibut, or if they fill up their PSC with smaller fish, then a lot of those benefits are reduced.
That's the nugget I think that we're looking for. In the bycatch example and in the size limit example, the light bulb that came on for all of us, I think, was trying to figure out how changes in selectivity, which you can say is changes in fishing patterns, they really throw a wrench in all of the results. These numbers you see on the screen are not the answer. That's not where we're going to be. These are just an equilibrium model. And we saw how difficult it is how difficult things like change in selectivity can be. So what our role is to try to develop a management procedure, a harvest policy that's robust to those sorts of changes. So in the size limit example, we talked about, well, there might be some benefits of reducing the size limit, but we get a really steep yield curve. That's not a very robust harvest policy. That's probably not something we'd recommend. Similar for bycatch, there's some benefits of reducing the PSC limits, but if selectivity changes, a lot of it's for naught. So I think that should be one of the take-home messages that we have from this session, is that we're We can see how complicated things get. We want to try to identify management procedures and have them evaluated so that they're robust to this messiness.
You know, I thought just a couple of minutes here to synthesize, but it's probably important to just get some other people's takes on the take-home messages. So, Bruce, can you briefly share your take-home messages?
Well, I just a number of the other ones have been covered, but the two that, as going through the modeling, which was a very good exercise, Steve, so even though I wasn't real fond of that, but I'm glad that the chair felt differently. And the two things that came out of there, and I want to talk specifically to the 30 to 32 inch deal, because some point in time we have to kind of get beyond that, is that Ian's comments about the robustness of the model, which I recall that now from the presentations at the annual meeting, you know, once he mentioned that. And then the second thing that came up in our discussions over there and talking about in our group 3, is that we're making the assumption of the benefits of going from 32 down to 30 are based on a 16% mortality rate of these fish that are being harvested. And if you go through the history of that 16%, that number is somewhat suspect that it may not be the right number. Matter of fact, it more than likely is not the right number, and we can speculate on why that is. But if you assume that number may be less than 16%, which a lot of the longline fleet believes that it is, then the benefits of going from 30 to 32, or from 32 to 30, are even less. If you ran the model with a 12% or a 10% mortality rate, we would see very little benefit from shrinking the size. So that was kind of the take-home message that I kind of got out of that, that we're getting fewer and fewer reasons to even consider the 30-inch versus the 32, because it's entering a lot of uncertainty that maybe we just don't want to go there.
Thanks, Bruce. What about any others that like to offer an opinion, especially folks that we haven't heard much from?
Yeah, I know you've heard from me, but
you're a commissioner. So.
Well, I don't count. Yeah, go down on the dock. You know how much respect I get down on dock 3. So this is just an observation from looking at what the Pacific Council did in the British and what they did in British Columbia, and I don't really. I know they looked at numbers of where they wanted their trawl bycatch to be, and they hit a sweet spot in some fashion where the reaction of the trawl fleet overdid the savings. They are well below in British Columbia what the cap there is, and they're well below in British Columbia. So it's sort of like sneaking up on the ugly thing, you know. What is that sweet spot? And I guess where you get a bigger reaction to avoiding a PSC, whether it's halibut or salmon or whatever it is, to get that group reaction. And I don't know how you model that, or I don't know what that number is, but you know, whatever we got the number the council voted on, and I guess this is a test year to see what the reaction of the fleet is. If the trawl fleet doesn't do material things and they can handle it with time area fishing and do very little with gear innovation, I think that tells us something. So, but I think you have to assume going into next year, your modeling needs to assume whatever the new bycatch number is, because I think it would be foolish not to assume they wouldn't hit the new cap, even though they weren't hitting the old one. It was, but I think it's more likely they would hit in your 2006 assumptions, 16 assumptions. So.
Thanks, Bruce. Or Bob. Any other take-homes? I don't know, Per, Jeff. Oh, Lowly. It's Lilo. Apology. Low. Thank you, Low. Oh, and I guess you need to step up to a microphone.
I was in group 4, and we play with the knobs a lot more than our instructions. And it was very quickly evident that there are a lot more variables that you could toggle. You can change catchability coefficient, you know, what you call size selectivity, and then there are a lot of other aspects that would change, like, you know, growth rate would change and so forth, and those are all not captured in. But the exercise is very useful, and I wanted to mention something about the model. I'm very impressed with it in the sense that even though it has limitations about equilibrium conditions, and we know that you cannot implement a fishing strategy for 100 years till it gets equilibrium, because we'll be tinkering with it every year, it still gives us a useful set of results to ponder over. What is impressive is that I mentioned to the coders and to Martel that what do you guys do in a model that updates so fast? When some of my modelers do things, I say, give me the results. They say, well, tomorrow morning I'll give it to you. And they were able to update very fast. I'm very impressed, I mean, because it updates within a minute or two, and I would put all the knobs in, and then I'm waiting for the button to say update, and there's no such thing. It just updates automatically. So it's a great model. Thanks.
Okay, Michelle, you want to throw one in? We should shift gears. I'll give you the last big picture message time.
Sure. So just a quick couple minutes on the bycatch issue, and I guess just a recognition from a two-way perspective that that overall the amount of fish in two-way from a coast-wide perspective, I think we've characterized it in the past as being a drop in the bucket, and it's similar relative to the bycatch. And so I appreciate Bob's comments and hope that folks aren't thinking that there's an expectation that a reduction in the trawl bycatch up in waters to the north and to the west are of 80% or what we've been able to achieve is something that's reasonable. I think it's we don't necessarily know what can be achieved, what is truly unavoidable, and what could happen. And so I think the focus that we've looked at in two-way, again with the scale at a much reduced level, is just from a management perspective, what are the tools that provide the incentive to change that behavior and to achieve, to try and maximize the reduction, not knowing exactly what that amount of reduction could be, but what are the tools to create those incentives to do so and move in that direction.
Okay, so there's a couple things we had planned to cover before lunch. One of them was I was going to share over 15 minutes an example of how another fish group had structured their evaluation process to try and hone in on an optimal management strategy or a set of alternatives or procedures. And then we had half an hour, which we knew going in wasn't probably enough, but we wanted to fit it in. Steve talking about footprint, I think is the term he's been using. Now, we've got half an hour till lunch. We've got an hour slated for lunch. And then after that was an hour we had devoted to Dave presenting and discussing with you outreach possibilities. A couple things. We could give Steve that half an hour right now to get into this footprint stuff. One option is 45 minutes of lunch is just free time essentially, and then that last 15 minutes while you're still eating, I could share with you that experience elsewhere. Another option is David said, well, you know, you could maybe take 15 minutes of my hour. How do people think about only 45 minutes of free time lunch and then that last 15 minutes I share with you what's going on? Does that make sense? I see some people nodding. Some people saying, oh, maybe I don't know about that. Or are there any other ideas on how we could try and fit this in? Adam?
So, yeah.
3:30 p.m. I think.
There is, sorry, I'm thinking aloud here. So the point of this exercise this morning was twofold. One was to get folks more familiar, more comfortable with the MSE tool. The second point, though, is to actually move us forward in a productive way. Like I said to somebody during the exercise, this is the meat and potatoes of why we're here, is we're actually trying to evaluate different management procedures. And so we need to figure out a way to take some of these very high-level, very coarse trade-offs and define them into a set of more concise management procedures that we would then give to staff to say, okay, these are the management procedures and these are the scenarios we want you to put into a dynamic model and start to provide some advice. So that's in part related to this evaluation process that Chris is mentioning. It's also related to this scorecard that we talked about yesterday. So this is it's a really important part because that's our next step. That's that'll be the focus of our next set of discussions, either at the end of this meeting or next meeting. So while I'm comfortable with that time or the proposal that Chris put out, I want to make sure that people are really thinking sincerely about this evaluation. So if it's 15 minutes during lunch, you got to be dedicated to it. And I think we still need to make a bit of space to talk about how this scorecard or formal evaluation process is going to be advanced.
Well, most people were nodding. Is there anyone that's absolutely opposed to 45-minute lunch? And it's okay if you are. I know. Okay. There doesn't seem to be any big problems with that. So how about we'll go ahead. Steve, we'll give you the floor half an hour to cover this footprint stuff. We'll do 45-minute lunch, and then at 12:45 we'll start again. And if you're eating through that, that's fine. Okay? All right. Let's shift to Steve. Thanks.
Sorry, could I add one other thing? I think it might be helpful to share from the agenda setting committee's perspective. There is a bit of back and forth as to how this presentation we're about to see should be presented to the MSAB. And I'm going to try to encapsulate what I think the conversation was, but agenda setting committee members, please correct me if I'm wrong. This topic we're about to see is, it's not an MSAB initiative. It's not something that's our priority. I think it's being presented to us as more of a heads up. It's been seen by some folks around the table. I think it was first presented at the council meeting in June. Is that right? When was this mortality per recruit and footprint stuff first presented?
To the commissioners 2 weeks ago.
Okay, so that's the first time it's been seen. But more information will be shared at the interim meeting, I presume, and definitely at the annual meeting. So this is being presented to us as more of an information update because you're likely going to see or hear from folks about what is it and why did what role does MSAB have in it. Is that an accurate summary?
Thanks, Adam. I think this has huge potential for the MSAB, and I think this has huge potential for, yeah, it is on. It has huge potential for the MSAB, it has huge potential for the directed halibut fishery, and it has huge potential for perhaps going forward with trying to reconcile our directed halibut fisheries and how we use halibut in prohibited species bycatch. Now, the first time I presented this took 2 hours. There's a lot of material here. A lot of it's going to be over your head, so I'm going to go pretty fast. But the basic premise, or if you want to have a metaphor for the idea, goes like this. I have a 7-year-old daughter who's probably the CEO of the Sierra Club, and she just doesn't know it. She complains to me every day that I let the water run while I brush my teeth, and that I'm wasting water. And I turn around and say, well, you waste a lot of food because you don't eat your dinner, and that food takes 100 times more water than it takes for me to brush my teeth. So who's doing worse to the environment, you or me? And this is essentially the debate we're having with halibut and how they're used in bycatch fisheries. So there's three parts to this talk. One is just to sort of understand the trade-offs between halibut and how it's being used as bycatch or directed fisheries. I'll focus a little bit about incentives, because I think this is really going to be the key to making this whole engine work, and then some of the policy implications, specifically how we can think about this from a footprint, an ecological footprint, if you like. In terms of the IPHC's harvest policy, the way we set our quotas each year is we first apply a harvest rate, so you're all familiar with the 21.5% harvest rate. We multiply that by the E-bio, or I'm calling vulnerable biomass, and that gives you the total allowable catch. What happens in the directed fishery is that we first deduct off all the bycatch, wastage, and all the other things, and if there's anything left over, that gets assigned to the FCEY, which is what goes to the directed fishery. So as we saw last year, what happens when the bycatch is greater than the TAC? So when you have a PSC limit, it's possible that the bycatch could actually exceed the TAC, or it could be so big that it causes some economic hardship in some certain areas. So in theory, the IPHC would close the fishery. The directed halibut fishery would be closed, and then all halibut would be taken as bycatch and thrown overboard. Or would they? One of the things the IPHC does, and one of the things the councils all do when they're setting annual catch limits for the directed fisheries, is they will use something that's called a sloping harvest control rule. What that looks like is something like this, where you have a measure of stock status. So Ian every year is going to tell us where the stock is relative to an unfished state. And if that status is above our threshold reference point, we would apply a harvest rate of 21.5%. And if the stock falls below that, we would reduce the harvest rate, and if it falls below 20%, we would shut down the directed fishery. So what would the harvest control rule look like if we had a fixed PSC limit? So now the trawlers get to, or the bycatch fisheries get to take a fixed amount of fish every year. That harvest rate essentially becomes an abundance-based harvest rate, where as the halibut stock decreases, the harvest rate we would apply to the fishery increases in order to maintain the same catch. So herein lies the conservation problem. So how would the harvest rate change when the council reduces their PSC limits? Well, effectively, all you've really done is taken this curve that qualitatively goes in the wrong direction as the harvest control rules we use in our directed fishery, and just shift it down slightly, and hopefully this will buy us enough time and everything else for the stock to turn itself around. We have PSC limits in similar situations. One Chinook salmon has a PSC limit. Last year or 2 years ago in Nome, we changed the caps from 600,000 or 60,000 fish down to 45,000 fish for the upper limit, and from 47,000 fish to 33,000 fish for the lower limits. This particular plan has some teeth. If the fisheries exceed the lower bounds 3 of the 7 years, then the new lower bound becomes the new hard cap forever. And if they want to reverse this somehow, they would actually have to submit a new amendment and go through the entire council process. It would take 2 to 3 years. When you look at the impact rate, which is also the harvest rate, as Chinook salmon abundance declines, again, the harvest rate in the bycatch fisheries tends to increase, qualitatively going in the wrong direction. We have PSC limits for tanner crabs, and they have limits in 2 different zones. I'm just looking here at the Bering Sea shelf. This is actually an abundance-based limit where there's thresholds. So if the survey comes in and the abundance is greater than 150 million crabs, then there's a flat PSC cap, and it actually stair-step up. But if the abundance is less than 150, then what happens is they apply as a 1.5% harvest rate to the survey abundance to set the PSC limit. So here's an abundance-based cap. When you look at the impact rate, again, qualitatively, you've got a harvest rate increasing as the abundance of the stock is decreasing. So the general idea here, if in our directed fisheries, is if the biomass falls below some threshold or limit reference point, we would reduce the fishing mortality rate. However, impact rates in the PSC fisheries actually increase exponentially as the stock gets smaller and smaller. And I think we all knew this, and the council is certainly aware of this. And so In June, they actually requested in their newsletter to come up with an index-based PSC limit and write a discussion paper, which I'm sort of working on for this December's council meeting. And so it was this impetus that sort of led to the ideas and the thoughts that we've had, and Katerina and I have spent a lot of time thinking on this. We've sort of come up with two major sort of mile-high views about how we could go with an abundance-based PSC limit for Pacific halibut. These two rules would be index-based, both of them, but one of them would be developed completely independent of the IPHC's harvest policy, and then the second option would be to actually come up with some sort of cooperative agreements or management or allocation, whatever you want to call it, in which both parties, the directed fisheries and the bycatch users, would agree that at certain thresholds and limits and reference points, we would both start to curb our use. So under option one, you could imagine the council may develop a rule on top of the IPHC rule, and this rule could have any sort of shape, but this one is actually an abundance-based rule where the harvest rate would decline, or there's a fixed harvest rate across all ranges of halibut stock size, and as the halibut abundance decreases, the PSC limits would decrease in proportion to halibut abundance. And then at some threshold and limit reference point, they would just basically have to shut down the trawl fisheries. Sorry, wrong arrow. So the obvious question is, how would the IPHC's harvest control rule have to change to accommodate a harvest control rule that the council would develop to manage their PSC independently and still meet our conservation and management objectives for the halibut fishery? Well, the way in which we've came up with this is that the fishery CEY would now be our harvest rate multiplied by the stock biomass, and the question is, what should our harvest rate be? And this is the old rule. This would fall apart. The PSC limits would now be based on some abundance or stock biomass and some harvest rate, and the FCEY for the directed fishery would be our harvest rate times the stock biomass, and then we subtract off wastage and all the other catch sharing plans and stuff we have in place for Aboriginal fisheries and CDQs, etc. The issue here is that both the council and the IPHC are sort of working with this common biomass, and we're somehow trying to manage it independently. The other option is to come up with some sort of joint or cooperative agreement between the councils and the IPHC and DFO, and come up with a rule where we will come up with a harvest rate that meets our harvest policies, and then we have to figure out at some point there's going to be a stock threshold limit reference points where both fisheries fully engage in the conservation efforts to try and rebuild the stock back up to above the limit and threshold. So those are the ideas. I started thinking about this from the incentives, and the PSC limits, if you're sitting in a trawl captain's chair, they definitely do create incentives, and you've seen the industry already engage in programs like deck sorting. They've done a lot of work on gear innovation, a huge amount of work on just information sharing. I think that was one of the effects Michelle was talking about, why their bycatch went down so quickly too, is just through information sharing systems. So these definitely do create the correct incentives. The question is the harvest policy sensitive to the composition of the bycatch? And this is what I was really worried about coming out of the council meeting, is that if the trawlers have their caps reduced, they put in excluders, and now they're going to catch more smaller halibut instead of fewer larger halibut to get the same cap. Will this have an effect? A quick primer on how we develop a harvest policy. I shouldn't have to give this primer after the exercise we just went through this morning, but essentially we need to define our target. Where do we want to try and manage the stock to? Because we need that to determine what is the appropriate fishing mortality rate, or FSPR. The second option is, all right, how are we going to share this catch among, or distribute this catch among various user groups? And this is what I'm calling a fisheries footprint. We have to figure out what is the impact of these resources. And then the third component is to figure out what is the FSPR we should be harvesting at, and then how should we decompose that F and allocate it to the trawlers, to the catcher processors, to the directed fishery, and you may even go so far as to say how do we allocate the F in the directed fishery in 2A, 2B, 2C, and all the other regulatory areas. Again, saving time here. Is the harvest policy sensitive to changes in bycatch composition? We learned this exercise this morning. I really don't have to go through these hypotheticals, but what I'm going to show you is 3 examples. One in which we put in fix our limits and use size selective excluders and find out what happens. The way I'm going to do that is use the trawl bycatch selectivity, or the bycatch selectivity we currently have in our assessment model. And given a fixed PSC cap, how would the harvest policy for the directed halibut fishery have to change if the composition of the PSC shifts to smaller halibut? So what would our target harvest rate do? Any guesses here? Would we increase our target harvest rate or decrease our target harvest rate if we change the trawler selectivity to a more dome shaped and they still fish to the same PSC cap? Michelle's done this exercise. So that is the question, right? How should we adjust our harvest rates? When you do that with a fixed PSC limit, you can first sort of break down or take the equilibrium yield under the current allocations that we saw on, the current catch composition in the directed fishery, bycatch fishery, sports fisheries, and personal use in 2014, and here's how the catch broke down. When we use the excluders, we use the small excluders, you get a small decrease in the equilibrium yield in the directed fishery because now the cap is not being taken with large halibut but with a bunch more small halibut. Note that the yield for the PSC fishery, sorry you can't see my mouse, is exactly the same. And if we do a really good job of getting rid of big fish and still harvest right up to the PSC limit, then the directed fishery will pay the consequences, and the prohibited species cap fisheries get to fish right up to their cap. The real discovery that Michelle made today, it probably isn't all that obvious though, is that when you look at the breakdown of the catch in terms of yield versus the numbers. So the idea here is how many halibut did it take for the directed fishery to make up its 60% of its yield. So right now the halibut fishery over the last 20 years has averaged about 60% of the yield, and they incur about 34% of the mortality on the total number of fish that die due to fishing. The bycatch fisheries, they take about 27% of the yield, but they incur about 55% of the mortality in order to make up that fishery. So 55% of the fish, of all fish that die due to fishing, is due to bycatch right now. And you can do the same thing with sports and everything else. So when you look at the fixed PSC limits versus size selective excluders, and you look at the breakdown of the mortality, the composition of that mortality increases in the bycatch fisheries, and it'll decrease in the directed fisheries. The reason that it decreases in the directed fisheries is because they get less yield because of the new gear innovations and a fixed PSC cap. So given a fixed PSC cap, that's the issue here, the cap is fixed. How would the harvest policy for the directed halibut fishery have to change if the composition shifts to smaller halibut? Well, assuming, and this is the big assumption, that these PSC limits are fully subscribed each year, then it's likely that the harvest rate for the directed fishery would have to decrease in order to maintain the spawning stock biomass at the same level. Another way to think of this is that if you wanted to realize the same mortality rate in the trawl fisheries, and they innovated some gear that gets rid of big halibut, we would have to lower their PSC limits to have the same effect. Okay, they're still going to kill the same number of fish, but the limits are based on pounds, so we would have to lower the PSC limits to compensate for the increases in the number of halibut that they would take. Those are the future halibut that would contribute to the spawning biomass in future generations. So when I showed this to the trawlers, they felt like this, that they've been doing all this work and that the Halibut Commission is going to somehow come back and screw them again. And that was never my objective. My objective here is there a way to find a win-win situation? So I looked at the suggestion from the council is to develop some sort of index-based PSC limit where the PSC limits would vary with halibut abundance and how things like size selective excluders and the incentives to have gear innovations would change those. And to do these calculations, I assumed this particular breakdown of the yield to each of the fisheries. I arbitrarily gave 66% of the catch to the commercial fishery. I gave 18% of the catch, this is in pounds now, to the PSC fisheries, and 14% to the sports fisheries and 2% to the personal yields. I didn't really give it away, Per. It's just a hypothetical. It's the same personal use, yeah. Yep. So under an index-based PSC limit now that you're going to see the yields in the bycatch fisheries, which I'm labeling here as PSC, will change when they develop excluders. Specifically, you get a small increase in the yield when they do use excluders in all sectors. However, if those excluders are really effective at getting rid of big fish, then you actually get a decrease in yields. So what's happening in the green bars is the directed fishery is actually foregoing yield right now because of the 32-inch size limit. The fish are now dying off faster than they're growing. And so when the trawlers come in and start letting go of some of the big fish, those fish immediately come available to the directed fishery, and there's a gain in the directed fishery. However, if the trawlers get rid of all of the big fish and catch even more small fish, then again, the long-term equilibrium policy is that, oh, there's not going to be enough there for spawning biomass now. We have to back off the fishing mortality rates, and everybody pays the conservation burden. But what the trawl industry is trying to do is they're actually not trying to catch halibut. They're actually trying to develop these gear innovations to reduce their encounter rate so they can have more days at sea. So reducing the encounter rate of halibut by 50% is roughly equivalent to being able to go out and double their days at sea. And so this is why there's such an incentive for them to have some sort of gear innovations. If we go back now and look at the mortality per recruit, or the breakdown of what percentage of the fish are required to satisfy each of these sectors under an index-based PSC limit, under the status quo selectivity, we'll see about a 44 and 42% use of halibut. With the excluders, this isn't nearly as bad a shift. You see about a 41% increase, sorry, a 46%, 42 to 46% increase. And as you go even more extreme, you start to see a bigger increase.
Steve, will there be a chance for questions, or what's the?
Well, I'm trying to finish this up in 9 more minutes, so.
But the plan is more, you're just going to present maybe.
Yeah, I want to present this, and then maybe we can have a bit of a discussion at the end.
Okay.
Okay. Unless you want to.
Oh no, I just wanted so that everyone knows what the plan is.
Is there questions? You're all hungry. I'm just trying to motor through this. Okay. Policy implications. This has been really, really hard to find a way to explain this, and I came across this quote: if you can't explain it simply, then I don't understand it well enough. And that was the case. The first time I presented this to our scientific review board, it was kind of gelatin and water, and it was still swirling around, and we're getting closer to solid gel now, so I'm hoping that we can get there. The idea is to explain this using the concept of a fisheries footprint, much like the argument my daughter and I had about our water footprint, about me brushing my teeth and her not eating her food. You can actually come up with the similar quantitative measures in terms of fisheries. So the fisheries footprint is a measure of the demand on a stock, and we could measure this demand by the mortality per recruit. Another way to think of this is is what fraction of the recruits out there are required to sustain all of the fisheries, and then how does that break down to trawl, bycatch, directed fisheries, sports fisheries, personal use, etc. Well, what is mortality per recruit? Everybody keeps asking me. Here I'm going to entertain you with some really cool animations that my daughter helped me with. I want you to imagine for a second that you have 100 halibut friends out there, and you're going to follow the fate of every one of these halibut until their death. So some of these halibut might die tomorrow, and some of them might not die for another 55 years. But the idea is that this is my cohort, or a cohort of fish, and we call them recruits. They're age 0 recruits. You want to follow the fate of them. Well, after the last one finally dies, you start down and you look at the accounting framework, and you find out that 44% of those 100 died due to natural mortality. And let's say 20 out of, so what's remaining is 56 fish that are going to die to fishing mortality. And of those 56, 20 of them died in the commercial fishery, 4 of them got thrown overboard and were considered wastage. The sports fishery took 14, and the bycatch fisheries took 18. My daughters made up these numbers. They're not real data, they're just an example. But then when we haul out the chalkboard and we start doing the math, we can look at the mortality breakdown. Well, 44% went away to natural mortality. That's, background. We have to live with that and account for it. But the important part that we're going to try and manage is what is our fisheries footprint. So the fishing mortality is actually 56 out of 100 across all sectors. And when you want to look down at the footprint of every single vessel or every single sector, you can actually take this right down to the vessel if you want as well. Sorry. But you get 37.5% goes to the commercial fishery, 25%, et cetera, et cetera. So this is the idea of using mortality per recruit. The term you're used to hearing is yield per recruit. So how is this different from yield per recruit? Well, now you notice my 100 recruits are of different size. And what we're trying to account for here is you're going to still have natural mortality. Some small ones will die, some big ones will die. You're still going to have commercial fisheries. They're going to catch bigs and smalls and all kinds of things. But it's now the weight of the fish. 30 pounds died. 25 pounds in the commercial fishery, 7 pounds in sport, 9 pounds, and 1 pound. So this is what we try and allocate in the fisheries. My idea here is that we have in areas 2 and area 3, for example, 2 very different selectivities that are going on. And if you're looking, say, area 2 and say, how many halibut does it take to make up 1,000 pounds? You might go to the dock, randomly select the fish, and you find out, okay, it took 300 or 30 halibut to make up 1,000 pounds. And then you go to area 3 and you go to the first thing, how many halibut does it take up to make up 1,000 pounds? And you find out it takes 60 halibut to make up 1,000 pounds. So our exploitation rate policy, we both harvested 1,000 pounds, but in area 2, I did it by killing 30 fish, and in area 3, I did it by killing 60 fish. So my exploitation rate in terms of numbers was double in area 3 than it was in area 2. So the composition of the catch, even in the directed fishery, also scales up to the bycatch fisheries. So the same question could be said in the bycatch fisheries. If they're averaging 8-10 pounds per fish, you have to ask how many pounds does it take to make up 1,000, or how many fish does it take to make up the 1,000-pound cap? That's when it dawned on me that what we shouldn't be regulating, or what we shouldn't be allocating is pounds of fish. What we should be allocating is the footprint of our fishery relative to the total footprint of all fisheries. And I want to show you why. So the idea here is instead of allocating the yield per recruit to each sector, you can calculate the corresponding equivalent mortality per recruit, as I showed you in previous slides. And this is what I've assumed. So now you have an allocation where it's either based on yield per recruit or mortality per recruit based on the numbers I just showed you. And the point of this slide is that you can still do these allocations based on weight, but you need to fix them based on essentially the mortality per recruit. So here's where I'm really thinking outside the box, and here's where I'm really stepping on all of the political hot buttons. what if we could come up with some sort of cooperative sharing arrangement between bycatch users and the directed fishery? How would the harvest policy for the directed halibut fishery change if the composition of the PSC shifts to smaller halibut? So here the idea is that, all right, if the directed or if the trawl fishery is going to invest in gear innovation that gets rid of big halibut, they're no longer allowed to kill more halibut than they did in the previous iteration. If you look at the equilibrium yields, what happens is when they start using excluders, because the bycatch fisheries are limited, or because all sectors are limited on how much fish they can kill, because the directed fishery would have a higher yield per recruit relative to its mortality per recruit, as the trawlers invest in gear innovation, everybody benefits by increases in yield. The trawlers aren't trying to catch halibut, they're trying to reduce their encounter rates. So when you look at the CPUE in the trawl fishery, they still get to buy a double the number of the days that they want to go fishing. Our CPUE remains unaffected in the recreational and commercial fisheries. So given this agreement, what's the answer to this question? Well, the PSC limits would decline with innovations that would result in the smaller size composition of the halibut. But the encounter rates, i.e. the pounds per tow, would also decline, and this is the benefit the trawl industry is looking for. Moreover, the yields in the non-PSC fisheries would increase due to the overall increase in the yield per recruit relative to the increases in the mortality per recruit. Because the allocation is based on mortality per recruit and not yield per recruit, i.e. Ian, you get to go catch 100 halibut this year. If he wants to maximize his profit, he's selling them to John, and John's paying him not per fish, but per pound. So Ian's going to go out there and he's going to try and catch the biggest 100 halibut he can catch. And hopefully there's regulations in place that prevent him from doing silly things like high grading, and he'll make more money. So again, back to the two options, I think there's both of these would work. You can certainly implement this whether the council chooses to develop their own rules independently of the IPHC. The question then becomes, all right, who gets the first priority access? Should it be the directed fishery or the bycatch fisheries? And I'm not going to talk about the remainder of this. It has to deal with yield equivalence. But I did want to point out one thing. The U26 to 032 assumption on the pound for pound of bycatch, so 1 pound of U26 bycatch translates into 1 pound of lost yield in the directed fishery. This was a major assumption and analysis that was done by Marcus Hartley, and one of the questions the SSC asked him is that if that relationship was not 1-to-1 but actually 2-to-1, would his whole economic model scale linearly with that relationship? So I started thinking about it, and it turns out that that relationship of the 1 pound to 1 pound relationship depends on selectivity staying the same. So as soon as they put excluders in, you'd have to change that relationship. Size at age, we've already seen that change. Discard mortality rates, so every year we're always updating the discard mortality rates based on the observer program. The sex ratio in the catch, if we reduce the size limits, males are effectively free in our spawning potential ratio calculation, so that's going to have an impact. How aggressive our harvest policy is. If we were to actually become more aggressive and try and reduce the spawning biomass from, say, an SPR of 0.42 to, say, 0.35, and hoping to have a higher fishing mortality rate to sustain the needs, you'll actually turn that ratio from 1-to-1 more like 3-to-1, because with an aggressive harvest policy, you're going to erode the age structure. There will be no big halibut out there, and all you're going to have is smaller halibut and a much more destructive impact on the resource. The allocation is obviously an issue, and then which means that the halibut abundance, or the biomass of halibut abundance under a fixed PSC cap, also means that that 1-to-1 ratio is changing all the time.
Sorry to cut you off. Are you able to?
Natural mortality, yeah, this is the last one. Natural mortality, migration, and movement. And yeah, there you go. Thanks.
Thanks, Steve, for that, Rush. lunch is in the boardroom, and so what the idea is people just go grab. Okay, and perhaps Steve will be available to answer questions on that. And maybe something to think about for the next steps section in the afternoon is whether this topic, how to deal with this topic, whether it's a next meeting or an outreach piece or what. Thanks. Coming back, and that was a tasty lunch. Thanks for whoever ordered that. And Steve Martell was under the limits of the clock, and now it's my turn since we don't have too much time slated for this. This slide is an old slide. I'll shift into some new slides, but Dave just popped a couple of things up on the board there. Raised attention to some people were asking about how does the MSAB recommendations process, how does that fit with IPHC decisions? But what was it, Dave? Microphone?
Just if there's time, there could be a discussion about how the recommendations that emerge from this group, what is the process, just the general steps toward producing any sort of advice to the commission, and then in terms of what are gray areas in terms of what's in scope for the MSAB, what might be some pathways in which that could occur.
Thanks, Dave. So I guess that's a follow-up to our second session yesterday, which was Bruce talking about how this stuff all fits together. And then the second thing, which maybe we get into in next steps, thinking about a process timeline or steps for you going forward. And then also, if time, some follow-up on what Steve Martell spoke about before we broke for lunch. Okay, what I'm going to share with you briefly, I'm going to try and briefly cover off a process that some folks went through to hone in on, to address problems with a fishery or a stock in British Columbia, the Cultus Lake sockeye stock. And Bob's already got a question. Right, so that's something that we put up here. And we knew when we had that on the agenda that Steve was going to talk about footprints, that he said he needs at least an hour, and we gave him half an hour. And so we would like to find some space for that. There's some other things that have been identified as important. Is it possible, Bob, that we've got that there and we can try and etch some space out in next steps? Or I don't know if right now the schedule is set such that 3:30 the meeting's over. Is there time to extend that, Bruce, or people are taking off to the airport at that time? Or
that's kind of a choice as to what they would like to do. We can certainly stay and answer some questions on that.
Right. Okay. Does that work, Bob? Yeah, and maybe it's a sort of, when we talk about next steps, maybe you etch out a place, whether it's a future meeting or an outreach piece or what, for there to be more follow-up on all that discussion. Okay, so what I'm going to present to you is just give you an illustration about how another group weeded through a similar process to what you did, not lengthy, not even close as lengthy as what you're going through, but to hone in on finding optimal management procedures. So I just pose this question to you: how do you identify those? One idea, which I gather is somewhat what's been happening in the last couple of meetings. People are starting to throw ideas out and sort of saying, "Hey, Steve Martell, let's look at this or let's look at that." So you can chase the latest idea, or you can come up with a whole bunch of ideas and maybe randomly select a bunch, or you can hone in systematically on the optimal. And so that's what I want to show you how one group did that. This here is really just a rational decision-making process. And this is the set of steps that group went through. And I think this basically matches what you're doing. You've been getting a handle on the problem. I've got this laser pointer. you've made a lot of headway on developing your objectives and evaluation criteria. You've been putting time into thinking about alternatives, and my sense is that you've got a sense of what some of those alternatives are. You're calling them management procedures. And there's even that table that someone raised yesterday, I think it was in the meetings from May, that had sort of some columns were some groups of them. So you've started to come up with packages. And then, of course, you've got this model that's helping you estimate the consequences of following through with pursuing some management procedures. And then the next step would be making those trade-offs and selecting and then implementing and monitoring. And, of course, there's always going to be iteration of these things. So Cultus Lake Sockeye near Vancouver had a salmon management problem. Basically, Cultus Lake is off of the Fraser River. It's near Vancouver. A set of sockeye they're interspersed with all the rest of the fish, and so they're caught with the rest of the fish, but that particular stock is endangered. It breeds in this one particular lake. And so from an endangered species, the Canadian equivalent, the Species at Risk Act, that perspective, something needed to be done. And so this group of stakeholders, including regulators, went through this process. They identified a number of objectives, pretty similar to, I think, what you guys are working with. Conservation of the stock, the costs of various things like enhancement activities, the catch, think about that value of the catch, and jobs. And they came up with some management alternatives. So these were suites of actions. These were groupings of different things. One status quo, but they also thought about, okay, if we really wanted to focus on conservation, what are all the things that we could do to really help? And if we really wanted to focus on maximizing value, what are the bunch of things that we could do to maximize economic value? They came up with a set of packages, and then they went through an iterative process of estimating the consequences. They had at their disposal some fisheries scientists that had some models. They had to tap just to get some experts to just make judgments, to provide their best guesses on if you did this, what are you going to get? And they went through a bit of an iterative process of refining both their objectives, but also those packages of things that they would do. So what we have here is what's called a strategy table, and on the top columns, how legible is that in the back? Difficult? Here is the exploitation rate, late harvest differential. This had to do with how much cultus salmon they were catching versus others. I didn't quite understand that. I wasn't involved in this process, so I apologize. I don't quite understand what this is, but there was some variation that could be played with. Where they caught fish, this is stock enhancement, some options there, and FW stands for freshwater projects, things they could do in the freshwater habitat to enhance. And so this is the status quo in 2005. This is what was being done in these categories. And they came up with a total of, I think it was 9 or 8 other packages of things that could be done. It's called spread the pain too, because they first came up with these extremes of, all right, if we really just wanted to focus on enhancing this stock, what would we do? You know, so they'd pick a bunch of things, and then they came up with some other extremes, and then they thought, all right, let's come up with some middle ground options to spread the pain across the different stakeholders. So that's why it's called spread the pain. And so you see, I'll just go back and forth. There's a bit of a change there in what they did. So things like pike minnow control, I guess these pike minnows, I think where I'm from in Northern Ontario, they call those pike. Maybe it's a different fish, but they eat salmon, small salmon. Different fish? All right. Anyway, so, you know, this full pike minnow, that was about controlling pike minnows so they wouldn't eat the small salmon, etc. And then they developed this consequence table. So on the left, what you see here are objectives: conservation, cost, catch, jobs. What they've called attributes here, you could call performance measures. And so they had a number of conservation objectives. This is percent, I guess, chance meeting recreational plan objective 1, number of returns in 2010, etc. This column here, direction. What this is saying is that an H means higher is better. So with probability of extinction here, L, lower is better. This is the units. And then all here are these, I guess there's just, there's 9 there, these different packages of things that could be done. And then all of these numbers came from either some modeling, perhaps things like the equilibrium model that you have, or it was maybe expert judgment, or I'm not sure where those numbers came from, but somebody estimated them. And then the process was trying to then find which of these columns is the way to go. So they looked at trade-offs between them. And particularly, they tried to do two things. Look at redundancy and dominance. So redundancy is where performance measures, basically if you look across a row, if there's very little change, then you can get rid of an evaluation criterion or a performance measure because it doesn't matter, no matter what column you choose, what suite of management actions, it's not really sensitive, or there's not much change across that performance measure. So you can get rid of some rows. And you can also get rid of columns to narrow your decision space, make it simpler to follow. If there's dominance or what's called practical dominance, and that is basically that one management alternative or set of management procedures in your language is really better than others, or you know, you can get rid of a column if it's worse than the rest. And so this is a computer or an Excel-based program that was developed to help that group. So it's just a color-coded version of this. And what's going on here, status quo is shaded blue. And what these color codes are showing is that these are comparisons of these numbers against this column. So a green, under this commercial package, 82% chance of meeting recreational plan objective 1. Substantially different than this 73%. And so everything that's green is just showing where you've got better performance than there. Red is worse. And then the yellow means very little change. And with this piece of software that was coded, you could control the threshold between, you know, what's a substantial difference or what isn't. So you could control what gets coded yellow or green or red. And then what they were able to do is, remember I talked about redundancy and dominance, you can see all of these columns, all of these packages basically perform the same for this criterion. And so they were able to ditch that. They were able to take that row out, and so they could forget about that. And the same thing here, the catch for total First Nations, it was discovered that, you know what, no matter what we do, there isn't going to be a big change on the First Nations catch. So we can stop worrying about that. They also narrowed down some columns, and they got down to three options. Either what was called the commercial option, the spread the pain 1, and spread the pain 3. Now I've used up 10 minutes. I could show you, I've borrowed the Excel spreadsheet, and I could just quickly show you how you can pop back and forth and cut out columns and rows, or you could imagine it. All right. What's my next slide? Right. So I think this was the first iteration. They got down to this 3. And this is over a series of meetings. I should give you that context. So they honed in on alternative 8. Maybe that was spread the pain 3. I don't know. The committee agreed. You know, they basically used it to identify, all right, the good solutions have a couple of common things. It includes a full-scale pike minnow removal program, continuation of current milfoil removal program, and it should include employment of a habitat stewardship coordinator. And then the committee, they wanted to see variations of alternative 8. And so they went back and then tweaked and made new alternatives that were similar to alternative 8, but they varied some things. So it's part of that iteration. And I guess these are some of the things that were played with. And so, reflecting on your process, now I may be off. I've got some understanding of what you're doing, but feel free to say, Chris, you're off. It seems to me that what you might want to do at this point is you've got that table that was someone raised yesterday. You might want to come up with some packages. Yeah, and you might want to start with, all right, let's come up with something that's great for sport fishers, or something that's great for commercial or trawlers, or something that's great from an ecological sustainability perspective, and get some bookends, and then come up with some things in the middle that represent compromises, and then right, you've got to deal with scenarios. So I guess scenarios deal with the various uncertainties that you're dealing with. Perhaps come up with your most likely. And then using a combination of the tools you already have, perhaps you supplement that with additional analysis. Perhaps you supplement that with expert judgment. Perhaps you invest more in the model to try and answer some of these questions. Or perhaps you say, all right, we're just going to formally or informally gather some experts to make their best guesses to fill in some of those gaps on what the consequences would be. And then you fill out that consequence table, the one that was color-coded. And so you assemble that in a way either like this or another way to just help you see in a clear way what are those numbers, help you summarize it. It seems to me, again, I'm an outsider unfamiliar with the shiny tool, but it seems to me you're getting maybe more info than you need with all those curves, and maybe you just get, I guess you've got the table sheet, hey, Steve, and that summarizes, but maybe it brings it all together in a nice package. I don't know. And then you repeat for other scenarios. You iterate. Maybe you find new alternatives. So I think that's my last slide. Yeah, that's it. I wanted to throw that up there as an idea, something to hopefully help and stimulate ideas. I've used 15 minutes. If we could take a couple minutes if people had questions, or I could, if people had questions afterwards, I could deal with that. Maybe take 2 minutes. Are there any questions, or should we? Adam.
So share a few thoughts with it. Basically what you've got up there is MSE. And I think where we've been struggling most as of late is to define a specific set of the management alternatives. We've put a lot out there, but we haven't put them into a full suite. We don't have management procedure 1 identified. But that's because we were still trying to figure out what the different trade-offs were with the shiny tool. So that's definitely one action item for us, is we need to figure out what our suite of management procedures are. The other thing is again, the scorecard. I'm not sure what you call it up here, but the colored coded table. The consequence table, yeah. I mean, this is what I think we need next. We have our objectives. We're a little bit different than our objectives are ranked in MSE, right? If you don't meet objective 1, you don't proceed. So we've all agreed previously that our first objective is conservation. If we've identified a management procedure that meets that, then we would go on to the next objective, and so on down the list. But I think what we need next as a board is to figure out how does a management procedure perform against all the different objectives we've defined. So when you've heard scorecard over the past couple days, personally I'm envisioning something like that color-coded table.
Yeah, it's the color-coded version. Right, and so maybe in next steps you can chat about thinking about how to assemble that scorecard.
Do people feel similarly about a scorecard, or how do people see the evaluation proceeding?
Right, and I guess we should cap this at a limited extent now, but we can come back to it after. Dan, yeah.
This certainly what's on the board would be an important part of the scorecard. I guess I would add that there are other issues related to governance that could be considered in next, what would be the next steps. And so I'll give you 2 examples. If changing the control rule, the 30-20 control rule is one thing, then having a column perhaps that's what are the next steps, who's in charge, that's an IPHC issue that can be done by the IPHC on its own. Something like reducing bycatch, that's not something within the IPHC's purview, but if this group wants to make recommendations, what steps does it take to make recommendations? I mean, obviously it goes to the commission makes some determination, but then in part of the thinking, I think, of this group is what kind of recommendations you make. What is it what is it you have to know about the governing body that you're making recommendations to? Are you making recommendations that haven't been considered before? Are you adding new information? I think those kinds of things have to be considered by the group. I'll just leave it at that, but some governance-related issues.
Just to quickly respond and just say those are good points, Dan, and I think it's something that the group should think about and talk about, and also as it relates to the timing of the effort. And so we'll have later on the agenda today just preparation, I think, for the annual meeting and reporting out and steps there. So we should probably also discuss what the appropriate timing would be if we were to develop recommendations to present those. Are we talking about this next annual meeting? Is it something that's much further down the road, and at this point we're simply informing them of what we see as the next steps and items that we're interested in and working on?
So what I've heard from both of those is the governance, like how are the recommendations passed on, what's the appropriate body, and when they're passed on. Those both fit well under items 1 and 2 if time. So I think it's important that we move along and make space for that discussion. I agree, those are important points.
Okay, well maybe I'll pass the torch to Dave and chat about outreach.
Have to adjust it for my large cranium. Can you shift? Outreach. So it's nice to have a chance to address everyone. I've been sitting here taking notes patiently, and some of you may have noted some smoke coming out of my ears toward the end of Steve's last presentation, and I assure you what I'm about to present to you will not cause any smoke coming out of your ears. So the goal of the session is to summarize current outreach activities, reach agreement on the target audience and some outreach tools, and then confirm a tentative strategy that I will later go back and refine and produce in our final deliverables for the project here. Essentially, we conducted a number of interviews, I think with about 11 or 12 of you, sort of got feedback on what are your current outreach practices, what are your goals for outreach, and essentially what came up was that it's done relatively sort of informally through email updates, conversations with colleagues, and through the website content, and mainly to these groups here, the IPHC committees, constituents. And so what we wanted to do is see how the challenges you were experiencing with outreach to date, being it's tough often to describe what exactly the MSAB is doing, so that kind of relates to the process itself and how a lot of it's sort of still emerging. Some of the timelines have changed, and some of the sort of process documents might need to be updated. Many constituents are looking for the answers, so for some reps it seems it's difficult to provide those answers. There's various technical levels of expertise on the board and even within and for the constituents to understand the materials being produced by the MSAB. And it's tough because of that, it's tough to sort of tailor those messages. As well, it kind of came up earlier, I think Michelle brought it up, is that because of the structure of the U.S. Fisheries Councils, is the number of them, the disparate geographies of them, it's challenging to sort of meet and sort of all share information, unlike the Canadian counterparts who are sort of all based in Vancouver. So some of the objectives that were identified is to communicate the process and progress to IPHC stakeholders. There's comments around using clear and concise language, keeping costs to a minimum, to reach the important stakeholders, so really targeting those individuals and those groups that need to be informed, and then also to receive feedback when needed and when valuable. The outreach should also be able to answer the classic 5 W's: who, what, where, and why, and when, and how does this process fit within, and we're kind of getting to that topic here. I'm hoping we'll have time at the end of my presentation to sort of get more into those details, but some of the outreach documents or approaches should be able to answer, how this process fits in with the ongoing processes of the other councils and advisory bodies. Just some of the more day-to-day improvements that were suggested was producing the meeting minutes more quickly. To target outreach to respective constituent bases where necessary, but also to use a consistent approach where possible, and identify linkages to other advisory body activities. Also, there's some suggestions that the IPHC staff could sort of update the representatives on a more consistent basis on their activities, and that reporting on milestones being reached and the progress being made by the group would be valuable as well. And also, there's some suggestions that some quick reference documents be made available, whether it's sort of a terms of reference for the group or maybe a manual for the Shiny model. There was some discussion of that in our interviews. Just to confirm that we were sort of on the right path with regards to our recommendations for the outreach plan, we reviewed some of the research that was provided on the MSC website, their MSAB website. Pacific Hake stressing, communication and outreach. The Light on the Hill article also, stresses this. There was not a lot of definition on what that meant. So we went to other outreach strategies, and in general, the outreach strategies that were all kind of boiled down to were, having a strategy, having the right content directed at your target audience, the tools to get it to them, and this notion of nurturing relationships is also very important. So we put together this draft strategy outreach. The basic contents of it would be the objectives, the audience, outreach tools, and the implementation plan, and I'll go over some next steps afterwards. So what I'm hoping to get at this point is just some feedback on the objectives that I put together with help from Chris and through our interviews, who the target audience is, specifically like how do you want to address them, or what sort of information should be given to those various groups, and then what sort of tools are reasonable and practical for use. So in terms of objectives for the outreach, first is inform IPHC advisory bodies and staff of MSAB activities and progress in a timely and consistent manner. Seem reasonable? Any comments? No. Promote understanding among IPHC stakeholders of the MSE process. Seek constituent input on important issues for further consideration by the MSAB. And engage with stakeholders and be responsive to their feedback. Is there anything missing there? Is there anything? Is this sort of scope in terms of outreach accurate? Yeah, John?
Well, I hate to bring this up again, but just a reminder that a big piece of and I don't know if it needs to be the outreach or what, but the bycatch users are a big piece of what has all been talked about today, and so somehow those people need to be kept up to speed in terms of where the group is going, and ultimately where IPHC and probably the North Pacific Council is going. Just a comment.
Thanks for that. Yeah, and I do have a table of all the various groups and how we would go about communicating with them, which I'll go over in a minute. But in terms of like the general objectives, is there anything out of scope? Anything missing here?
I think to John's point, it might be helpful just if we understand what stakeholder means, what IPHC stakeholder, what constituent means. I think those objectives are reasonable. They're fairly broad, so a lot could fit into it. And if there's some clarity around how we define those things, it seems like a reasonable set to me.
Okay, so in terms of the target audience then, and this is all based on my review of IPHC documents, the MSAB website, so I may have these groups mislabeled, maybe missing some, but generally, is there a laser on this? So there's this notion of having active or passive sort of engagement or outreach. So active is, directly emailing, communicating in person. Passive is just generally your website presence, advertising, your white papers that are out and being circulated. The input is actually asking for feedback. So whether it's through surveys or feedback documents through emails. But ideally, or what I had in mind was that active input would be provided to these sort of 5 primary groups: the IPHC, the Conference Board, the Processor Advisory Group, Scientific Review Board, and the Fisheries Management Councils. Passive would be commercial fishers, other processors, First Nations, recreational. So anyone who's interested in the process would have to take it upon themselves to look up information online, attend the IPHC AGM. NOAA would be sort of actively updated, but that would occur obviously through the membership on the board here. And then again, other agencies, groups, or organizations that we should be considering.
I'm guessing it'll help when Dave gets to showing some examples of some of the tools that would fit under those 3 categories. That might help people decide, oh yeah, that's an appropriate way to engage NOAA, for example, or not.
I know that the management structure is a little bit different between Canada and the U.S., but trying to see what the difference is between fisheries management councils being actively engaged and providing input, and DFO not providing input but only being actively engaged.
It was perhaps a misunderstanding on my part, and I wasn't sure what role ex officio members on this board had with the MSAB overall, but I can easily change it. I'm actually looking for the sort of feedback. So
I'm assuming the intent of having input from the Fisheries Council is for the MSAB to receive advice from the Fisheries Councils on bycatch.
Mm-hmm.
Right? I'm assuming that's the primary reason for seeking council input to this process. I'm asking around the room if that's why people see there being engagement.
Well, I can start and I guess just say that the composition of the fisheries councils themselves and then the advisory bodies to those fisheries councils include stakeholders, and so I guess my assumption was that in getting their input, it was from a management and coordination standpoint, but it was also as a mechanism for those stakeholders and stakeholder representatives to also provide their input.
So from a Canadian perspective, DFO may provide input into this process if showed like shrimp trawl suddenly had a bycatch issue and the shrimp trawl fisheries needed to change the management. So I'd suggest that I don't know if the target audience has changed a little bit to split up NOAA and DFO, or if it's just a check mark added for input in NOAA DFO. I can't speak to NOAA, obviously.
Sorry, it was Dan first, and then
just in addition to what Michelle was suggesting, I would say, or I guess adding on to Adam's comments, it would be more than just bycatch. I think national shares would be a particular issue of interest, and so generally I think the council should be apprised of any of this group's recommendations that would affect governance. I mean, it's not just bycatch.
Steve, before I go, is there a web question or okay?
Yeah, Peggy is online actually this afternoon, and her comment was that all of the groups listed should be checked for input because we want input from all of them.
Okay. There was, to that point, there was some discrepancies in my interviews with regards to how much input do we want and from who do we want it from. Do we want to sort of blanket, get blanket input from all groups, or do we want to have sort of more targeted inputs on specific issues from specific groups?
Hey, Dave. Appreciate you putting that together. Just two comments. One echoes what Peggy was saying, is that to many of us, I think the ability to have outreach would be the mechanism for individual stakeholders, which is the bottom half of your chart over there, to have the opportunity input. The active outreach to them is probably going to be limited because of cost, but passive outreach, but there should always, I believe there should be an opportunity for the feedback, because that's, how do you know if you're being effective in your outreach if you're not getting feedback on that side? That's my first comment. Second comment is, I understand active for commissioners and staff, conference board, and PAG, but to other outside agencies, is it desirable and appropriate for this body to be actively communicating with them, or should that be vetted through the staff and the commissioners, because that's the convening body of us? And I'm not so sure that I would be comfortable us making recommendations unless that's already been vetted through the commissioners.
That's a really good point, Bruce. That, I don't know if it's appropriate for the MSAB to be going to the council meeting and soliciting input from council, or but along those lines, and in response to Peggy's point, it's not that commercial harvesters, processors, First Nations don't have an opportunity for input. It's that we want the input to be providing more of a structured approach. So commercial harvesters would provide advice via conference board. Processors would provide input via PAG. So there'd still be a lot of passive information going out. Folks are always welcome to come up. But when we're talking about input, where we're actually sitting down talking to folks, I would advocate for a more structured process by limiting it to like conference board, PAG, SRB, and commission. And
sorry, just to that point, is Chris was right. It may have been more helpful to sort of show the tools which we were considering. It was kind of a chicken or the egg thing, but that is the sort of notion behind this table, is that the representatives on the MSAB would be sending out either through email links or just sort of an attached document to an email formats for feedback, like surveys on very specific issues related to management procedures and other questions of importance for the MSAB. Did you have another point to make? Or?
Yeah, just as a follow-up to Adam, on your comment over there, maybe it's my understanding of outreach. I mean, we're looking to get to constituent and user groups. Why would you want to limit input to PAG and a conference board? Because that's kind of like a second-level refined group if you want to access the general public of each user group, if they're not the individuals that show up at those meetings. So would that imply that I should not try to strive as a member of this organization in some formal or informal process to try to get the grassroots impressions? That's how I was viewing the outreach, and my suggestion would be make sure there's a passive opportunity to do that. Not like we're going to send somebody a questionnaire at great cost, but give them an opportunity in that communication process under the passive end. If somebody who wants to communicate with an individual or this group, that from the lowest level user, from the direct user, that's not part of the PAG or not part of that processor group, that they would have that opportunity. PAG, processor group, same thing. Or PAG or the conference board, I meant. So that's why I think, like Peggy suggested on hers, that there needs to be an input opportunity, hopefully at some level that's not at great cost or time consumption of the staff.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page, but to Dave's point, and perhaps Chris's point, maybe it's helpful that we actually see the tools first, and it'll make a bit more sense.
Sure, yeah. So some of the suggested modifications, having gone through the meeting minutes and sort of considering formal updates with colleagues and email updates, website itself. In terms of the meeting minutes, there's this notion that the meeting minutes often don't come out quickly enough, and that they're fairly dense, and for someone who's not tremendously involved in the process, will be hard for them to sort of decipher what are the key bits of information that may affect them. So there's this notion that we could develop some sort of executive summary style of meeting minutes that capture, key discussion points, key issues, the actions, and then the next steps that the group is taking to sort of communicate out to the various stakeholders, what decisions are being made and why, and what sort of process is being, the group is going through. In terms of the actual meeting minutes, you could keep those and publish to the website because they're all very useful for more or less the MSAB internal purposes. Informal updates with colleagues, as was referred to as doc talk in some of my interviews, was that you could use, if you want to have sort of a more structured, targeted message that comes out of the MSAB, you could use the key messages that are summarized in the executive summary as sort of voluntary talking points, and that's an option you could consider. And then also, encouraging feedback and making a commitment to bring that feedback back to the board here. Rep email updates. There's an opportunity to produce sort of maybe a template to follow. I do realize that some of the messaging has to be tailored to your constituent base, but again, with this notion of wanting to keep sort of a consistent message coming out of the MSAB, that's an option you could consider as well. And then the website, in reviewing it, I kind of tried to put on my hat and think of it as if I was going to be a new board member joining the MSAB, where would I find the information? And to be honest, I found it relatively difficult. Just some of the links to the references and such aren't really descriptive enough to allow you to determine what may be behind it. Some of the important information about the process and the composition of the board are often buried in presentations. So there is perhaps some work that could be done to sort of improve the overall structure of it and just make it more user-friendly. Suggested additional ones to that notion of, there's a bit of information spread throughout the website. It might be worthwhile to put together sort of an MSAB terms of reference that kind of captures all this information in one location, describes roles and responsibilities, describes the process, and the project timelines. And then a shiny model manual. I've kind of got a bit of feedback from Steve on this. I'm sure it would be a lot of work. There's probably a grad student out there you could convince to do it. But it would be helpful. Sorry, I wasn't thinking you. Aren't you doing a PhD? So the shiny model manual, you could develop sort of a layperson manual that sort of outlines frequently asked questions, provides directions on how to set up the model to answer this, and then provides some interpretation of the results for the user. And then constituent feedback surveys. This would be sent from the board members to their constituent base for feedback on specific issues related to management procedures, scenarios, and other issues facing the board. And then for consideration, these are sort of toward the higher end of the effort level. You've got open house meetings where you could have IPHC staff present recent results and get some structured feedback from the public. You could do so in Seattle and Vancouver. Social media, everybody's doing it, but it is resource intensive. I don't know, it doesn't sound to me like there's a lot of excess capacity here at the IPHC. And I'm really not sure if it would be worthwhile to have that sort of feedback. Is there any perspective on that in the group here? Does anyone know of any other similar processes who have made like a Facebook page? No.
Yeah, we actually have a fairly active social media group. We actually have a small subcommittee on the commission staff who actually deal with our social media side of stuff, but they have not embraced this particular topic. It certainly is something that we can put their way, but I think it needs to have a pretty clear message, pretty succinct to come out that way.
Yeah. And how is the response to their other social media? It's pretty good. Okay.
Better than New York Police Department.
And then presentation support for IPHC staff. There was a comment from one of my interviews that having either feedback from the group before there's sort of any presentations are made to the commission would be helpful, whether it's through in-kind support or contracted. The comment was that it's sometimes challenging to structure this really technical scientific information. I think Steve is actually really good at it, but structuring sort of the results of your efforts in a way that is digestible for the board more easily or more presented better, I should say. Are there any other kind of tools that we should be considering? Is there anything else? Does any of these tools that I've just gone through, do they seem like either a ton of work and unreasonable, or that seems like a reasonable thing to do generally? I've kind of put together 3 options. So you've got your status quo, moderate effort, and high effort. Status quo is just continue to do what you're doing. There were some comments in our interviews about the group is still coalescing in terms of their the process, and it may not be the right time to be soliciting feedback and sort of really pushing any sort of message out beyond the MSAB at this point. In terms of a moderate level of effort, you could look at producing those executive summary minutes, making the terms of reference, the manual for the MSE model, and then constituent surveys when required. And then higher effort, you've got your open house, presentation support, social media, and then this notion of evaluation of your outreach program. Personally, I don't think it's really worthwhile to put much effort into determining the reach of your outreach. Like it seems at this point anyway, as long as you're getting the feedback you need from any sort of surveys you might put out there, you can kind of assume that you're making inroads that way. So I guess at this point I'm just wanting to know what the appetite is out there for. Is the status quo the way to go at this point? Does moderate effort seem reasonable?
Dave, I'm just wondering too, though, if you can sort of cross-reference for us that active-passive input in some of these tools, so that, and I think that'll get at some of those earlier questions about, well, what does DFO really get subjected to, or some of these other people or groups?
Sure. So the status quo would be as you are, sending out your email updates, relying on the website and DocTalk to inform your constituents. Moderate effort would be a more directed approach to engaging with your various stakeholder groups, and in that being, it's directed towards the other advisory bodies and the fisheries councils primarily. With this effort here, this sort of tries to address more so the various levels of engagement with public interest groups or the general public overall. Does that answer the question there?
I mean, maybe one way to go forward thinking about this is, and perhaps you could start, Adam, or someone else could throw in and say, okay, this is what would work and I think makes sense for my organization. Like looking at you, Scott, perhaps Scott, what do you think would be appropriate for your agency or all the sport and recreational fishers that you're here representing in a way?
Well, I guess for me, I'm more like status quo. I don't think we certainly have things to, the results of these meetings can be summarized for the IPHC and for the council, but until we start getting some real results or narrowing, I mean, people can go and see what we've developed for objectives. They can see what we've developed for procedures, and we haven't really moved substantially beyond that in terms of getting their feedback yet. So I'm comfortable with a combination of status quo and moderate effort, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Steve?
Yeah, Peggy notes that she's also in favor of status quo with adding a couple of parts of the moderate effort. Specifically, she advocates an informal meeting at the annual meeting with the conference board and PAG on Thursday afternoon. No constituent surveys, she says, too cumbersome.
That brings up a good point. If you are to do constituent surveys, the terms of reference, is there capacity at the IPHC to sort of undertake that work? Am I suggesting things that, might break the camel's back, or?
Just a couple of comments. We have done a couple of constituent surveys. We did it on our existing outreach activities for general IPHC things, and it was a web-based survey. I'm kind of with Scott on a lot of this stuff. I'm not sure our message is right now simple enough or complete enough for us to sort of go to some of these high-effort things like doing an open house or something like that. I think we're still in a sort of evolving stage on this thing, and I don't think we have a package that lends itself very well to something like that. So I'm more along the lines, since we're on the sort of originating side of this, I'm more along the lines of the sort of, as Peggy and Scott were saying, the status quo moderate effort type thing. I really like the executive summary meeting minutes is something that makes a lot of sense to give out as a handout for each of you to sort of have as talking points when you're dealing with your stakeholder constituents around.
And the updates to website and the content and those sorts of things could be done. Okay. I was assuming this. I just wanted to make sure. You had a question or comment?
Bruce kind of covered what I was thinking. I mean, I guess my perspective on the MSAB and our jobs for reporting out is that we're an internal IPHC working group or advisory body. We're not to talk to other agencies and stuff like that. People are participating in this process. We're to talk to the commissioners and other groups in the IPHC process. We as representatives here, we have a responsibility to get feedback from our constituents. That's our responsibility. And I think our outreach, what could help us is sort of exactly what Peggy said, what Dr. Lehman said, is the status quo, but some kind of one-pager, two-pager executive summary of the meeting that we can easily email to our constituents, we can explain to our constituents. That's, from my perspective, that would be some real value. And so I'll leave it at that.
Any other comments on, Bruce?
It's Bruce Gabris. Just a couple of points is, number one, I think we need to be very, very conscious about staff time. We've heard, there are things that we want the staff to get done internally, and I'd hate to divert those resources from the IPHC staff to maintaining websites, things like that. Mm-hmm. The second comment on that is that it is important to have a website on a passive basis that has the information for those that have interest and knowledge of the subject without actively, seeking that. I mean, people will find the website and they know, and we, as Chris said, it's our job. It's very helpful to us as you have constituents that have interest. You direct them to the website to get the heavy lifting of the content, and then we become that conduit for the feedback from them. Mm-hmm. So the passive approach with a good website is, I think, the point that that should be relatively low maintenance, because we're basically doing that already. The executive summary of the minutes, or some kind of summary of the minutes, I think would be very useful, Bruce, because that's something you could take with you when you talk to folks, or if they want to read the clip version. And then the third point is, it's said in a couple different ways, and Scott said it, we don't really have a deliverable product that the public's going to be, and constituents are really interested in. Most of what we're doing is figuring things out internally here and trying to figure out what it's going to be. So I would submit to you as the outreach, and Dave, I mentioned this in our teleconference, we don't really have a deliverable message yet. As soon as you get one, whether it be on 30 to 32-inch fish or trawl bycatch or something like that, then I'll guarantee you'll definitely have a message, and people will be interested in coming to the website to find it, and you're going to get feedback. So I think one of the other comments, maybe we're not ready for that yet, because I don't believe we have a deliverable product at this point in time to the quote general public.
Sure, Dan. Thanks for your comment, please.
I think the North Pacific Council would benefit at some point soon on what the MSE process is, but I'm not sure that, and what the MSAB is doing, but I'm not sure enough could be put together for it to, I guess, make sense for the council. But I'm a little torn on that. But I think because I think understanding what's going on, I think understanding what's going on would be important, and we're going to hear a part of it on this coming Tuesday night. But
yeah,
the rest of it, I'm not sure.
I think at this point we're starting to get into this question of, what is the MSE process? What does it look like? What are the next kind of 4 meetings going to look like? What is the sort of goals for the next, let's say, 2 years? I'm not sure if I'm the right person to lead that conversation. Maybe you want to get into the sort of if time discussions now?
I think we should get into that, but first I'd like to do a quick recap of what I think I've heard for the outreach summary. So it sounds like most folks are looking for something kind of in between status quo and moderate, that they're happy with email updates and doc talk. The website should be available so that people can access information on demand. There might need to be some modifications to the website, although I'm currently unclear what those modifications should be. So we need to figure out exactly what that is. It sounds like people are also supportive of an executive summary of meeting minutes, and whether that's exactly an executive summary or more just like a one-pager to say, like, here's what happened over the past year. I think that could be determined. I personally would like some presentation support help. Relates back to Robin's comment yesterday about an asset of the staff is there here to help us ask the right questions, to use the right terminology. So I think that would be very helpful. And then the third new item is, I think, the MSAB terms of reference, and that's related to this governance. It goes back to the discussion we had yesterday where there's the diagram showing how the MSAB relates to the other advisory boards. I think terms of reference would be helpful in that sense. It says how we work with the commission and in turn how all the other advisory boards, councils, et cetera, are engaged. I think that's something that's going to continue to be an issue, so it would be helpful to have it written down clearly in a terms of reference. Is that a reasonable summary of what we're looking for outreach?
And just one thing, on terms of reference, matter of fact, I need a term of reference to know what TOR is, but I assume that was not necessarily structure in communication. That was from an outsider that doesn't understand it, just common language that we throw around here. And the North Pacific Council, for example, you go on the website over there, there's a whole long list of terms and things. That's what I was assuming that was. And if somebody doesn't know that, they might need to figure it out, and that may not be our target audience anyway. I hate to be blunt about that, but there's a lot of terms of reference that are used that around this table, pretty much everybody knows what they are. But maybe we could adopt something like that and you shove it on the website, you get it from there, but maybe... Is that what you mean by terms of reference?
Yeah, process guidelines, terms of reference, sort of roles and responsibilities. So go ahead.
You're thinking of a glossary. Yeah. Terms of reference is how the board operates. What are our procedures? Who do we report to? Who reports to us? That kind of thing.
Well, I stand corrected.
Yeah. So there's quite a cohesive group here. Everyone's functioning quite highly, but that's a result of all being participants on the same board for basically the same amount of time. If you have any board member who has to leave the group, if you have new members come on, if there's some sort of observer role created, being able to hand them a document and say, read this and ask me questions once you're done is a lot easier than hand-holding them through some meetings and the website itself. Scott?
Yeah, I'm glad Peggy brought this up. It was a bunch of us were discussing this yesterday. I'm pretty happy with the status quo right now. I mean, we don't have a lot of deliverables that we have to give to people. But I think coming up at this annual meeting, we're going to have all the people that we're representing in one room. And on Thursdays, typically the PAG and the conference board present their findings to the commissioners, and then we have the afternoons off. We got everybody in that room. The MSAB meeting group is going to make a presentation at the annual meeting anyway, why not do it then? Why not say, this is where we're at in the process, these are the strategies we've come up with, these are the management procedures we've come up with. What do you guys think? Are we on the right trail here? Are we on the right path? Or are we completely off our rocker? Yeah, and depending on how we want to proceed with that, we simply question and answer, perhaps break it down into work groups or however, but we've got a whole afternoon free with that group of people. So I think we should take advantage of that.
Excuse me, I'm not sure, when is the next IPHC meeting? Is it coming up in the new year, January? Is there enough time between now and then to put together that sort of document?
Well, it sounds like most folks are talking about more of an informal Q&A. I mean, we still need to figure out in terms of our process timelines. I think at the very least we need to present at the annual meeting what we've done over the past 2 years and what we're planning on doing over the next however many years. So maybe it's, I'm just thinking on my feet here, maybe it's just a matter of saying here's what we've done and here's what we're going to do, and then open up the floor to questions. Although I'd be happy to seek input from everybody else on how you think that would work.
Yeah, it could be as simple as that, or if we wanted to, and have them break up and do brainstorming on certain issues we want, more clarification on that, however big or small we want to make it.
Thanks for leading that, Scott.
Does anyone see any issues with addressing the board at this point in terms of at what stage we're at in the process? So in terms of our next steps, the feedback has been really helpful here today. I'm going to take it away, ruminate, and put together some recommendations in terms of an outreach strategy. It'll include an implementation plan, so to confirm the objectives, target audiences, and recommended option, which is more or less what we've done today. The next steps would probably be the structural updates to the website, the templates for the outreach, so the executive summary, the summary docs, such as a terms of reference, would eventually be posted to the website. And then you could evaluate your need for feedback on the MSAB process and model outputs and surveys as required. So this is an undetermined timeline, but things to consider as you're moving through the outreach process. And you may want to consider outreach evaluation metrics. Are you reaching your target audience? Is the message being received? How many visits do you have to your website? By the way, there's only about 18 hits on the YouTube videos, so I would say yeah, half of them were mine. So yeah, internet advertising is probably not an option for funding. That being said, does this seem like a reasonable implementation plan? Steps towards so. So what we're going to do is, as I said, just take this feedback, develop the strategy, which we'll include with our final document and report to you. And then if there's any other sort of thoughts on feedback, outreach, please feel free to give me a call, email, or what have you. I'm done ahead of time. Is there any further discussions of the footprint follow-up that wants to occur at this point? Do you want to take over from here, Chris?
All right, there are a few things on the agenda, and maybe further discussion on what Steve presented about before lunch should be one of them. The next thing that we had planned was thinking about your next steps, identifying and achieving agreement on next steps, who, what, and when. We also had on the agenda just a short review of the whole meeting and as to our objectives for the meeting, and then it was you without us discussing your future need for facilitation. So on top of that, or perhaps within that, we could discuss further the first thing that Dave put up there, thinking, I guess it's really stepping from or stepping back to when Bruce, in the second session yesterday, Bruce Lehman talked about how the MSAB process fits with other IPHC activities, decision making, etc. So that could be short, could be a little longer, but I imagine as for following up on Steve Martel's talk before lunch, Bob wanted to know if we're going to discuss that. Is that an hour? Is that 5 minutes? I mean, in your mind, Bob, what is that? Is it a couple meetings? Right.
Kind of being laid out for, I don't know, for time and, oh boy.
Well, before we get into it,
okay.
Yeah, so a synopsis. Hey, do other people support that? That there needs to be some time in this meeting to reflect further on what Steve Martel had to say? Yeah, Rachel.
I just have a question. Does everybody know, or would it be useful to hear? So then, what will happen next? Who will you be presenting this to next, and then?
Okay. So, well, I mean that could easily fit into next steps, that next agenda item. Should we get into that next steps and cross that off? And we'll probably cover some of this within there, and then can sort of reevaluate where we're at with time. What are you thinking, Adam?
I think the footprint's going to take a long time. So a couple of decision points or action items we have to sort out still are to clarify some of the governance in terms of reference. How do we engage with other bodies, and who are we going to engage with? I don't think we're going to solve that here. So maybe the action item to deal with those, with both of those, item 1 and item 2, is for Michelle and maybe me to draft up something, maybe to work with. Yeah, we can maybe draft up some terms of reference. Thanks for volunteering, Michelle. And put together some of the slides we saw earlier about the governance interactions, the advisory board interactions. And then we can bring that up with the group rather than talking about it here.
I just have a question. When you say terms of reference, Adam, what are you talking about there?
Well, yeah. So we already have some terms of reference on for the board, but I think it needs some additions, and it may just be tacking on the slide that we saw earlier about how the advisory boards fit together and clarifying our role. These are like the addition of a few bullet points, not drafting all new terms of reference. Just so people are clear about who we communicate with and how. That might save that time on that discussion, and then we have to work with staff to start talking about process timelines, but in terms of reference.
Yeah. So I can take a shot at, I think, what the group had been discussing, and so I think the flow chart that you had is great, but it is really just looking at the IPHC process and the different advisory bodies to IPHC. And so what I heard out of the discussion and from Dan was that we wanted to see what a process would look like whereby the MSAB is making a recommendation to the Halibut Commission that would be a recommendation to another regulatory body, in this case the council, and it's under its management authority. And so I think that it's that piece that's missing, and so I guess I wouldn't call it terms of reference. I look at it as more like an operating procedure, as more of a process about how that would work.
If I can, I think Chris Sporer kind of hit the nail right on the head. This is an internal body to the Commission, and so we report to the Commission, and it's then up to the Commission to decide what they want to do with those things. If they want to say, okay, we have some recommendations here, we want to share with other bodies type thing, this group might be the vehicle, or some form of this group might be the vehicle to convey that, but I want to stress again, this is a body that reports to the Commission.
Yeah, I agree, and I think it's just a matter of clarifying that in the current terms of reference.
So it sounds like we're getting into the next steps, and I thought there's a couple other things that we, the agenda team, came up with, and maybe I'll jot them on there, and we can start checking those things off. Co-chairs, is that a word for you? Okay. And not necessarily in the order here, but one of the items was who and perhaps what will be presented at the next annual meeting. Another item was meeting date for this group. And we also talked about perhaps discussing, what types of topics should be on the agenda for our next meeting, and perhaps even format. What else did we identify? Were there any other action? What action items did we have? Well, we just had a couple, I think, over the course of yesterday and today. We maybe need to revisit, just clarify what exactly staff might do with regards to the different operating models. Is there anything else? I think that's all that I have on my list. Are there any other things that sort of next step things that need to be discussed right now? All right. Do you want me to try and lead this? Do you guys want to lead this?
So we've kind of blended the next agenda item, the fishery footprint follow-up is wedged in there awkwardly. So I think number 3 goes in part under next meeting date and topics, but more to Bob's point, I think there's first a high-level question about, so what's next with this mortality per recruit stuff? And maybe we could make some time for that discussion now for 15 minutes to clarify what's next and maybe ask a few high-level questions.
Sure. All right. Bob, do you want to lead us off?
Well, this is just an observation that may break the ice, but I see with Steve's presentation 3 inconvenient truths that we have to face. First, there's one that the North Pacific Council faces. They just took a very arduous action in June. We had this concept of pieces versus gross metric tons as bycatch. A year ago from now, we may well have had a decision based in individual fish as opposed to tonnage. So as a past council member on both councils, looking at a redo is a inconvenient truth. Looking at the directed fishery, if Steve's right, and it looks like he is right, in terms of chewing up more juveniles, very small fish in the Bering Sea over a 5 to 10 year wind horizon, the directed fishery is going to be looking at a relatively lower harvest limit available to them, so that's their inconvenient truth to this. And then the third one is for the Amendment 80 fleet. We've redefined the problem such that they can't win with the current strategy of using gross metric tons as opposed to individual pieces. So, but stepping back and asking myself, what is the best thing for the resource? At least in the Bering Sea, where you have a wide range of smalls as opposed to bigger fish being bycaught in the trawl fishery. Pieces looks like it. I'm kind of drifting in that direction, that pieces is the right debate. So if that's the case, then I think that's where some energy from this commission and MSB ought to be focused. So those are. And then the fourth inconvenient truth is the size limit went in the toilet, and I made the motion in December to go down that path at the December the December pre-meeting, and and then it has evolved where it's at. So I appreciate all the work that Bruce and Steve and Ian have done in this modeling stuff that we got to go through, because it brings some clarity there, but it didn't go where I initially thought it might. So thank you anyway.
So anything else on the mortality per recruit or footprint?
Steve Martel, I mean, were there some big messages that maybe you want to reiterate that people you think should take away as take-home messages?
Yeah, now that I have a time to pause and slow down a bit in the presentation, I think there are some things that this board wants to take into consideration using a mortality per recruit allocation within the directed fishery itself. May have some pretty substantial consequences in how, you know, you thought apportionment was big. This may be just as big as an apportionment issue if we were to start allocating individual quotas to individual halibut fishermen based on basically how many fish per ton they're killing, and they have some sort of performance history, so that their quota would increase if they were able to achieve a higher yield with fewer fish relative to someone else who achieved the same yield but used double the number of fish to do so. Those things could be explored in a coast-wide operating model. We don't have to have a spatially explicit model to address that issue, but what we do need to understand is the sort of fleets as areas, or how the selectivity differs in each of the different regions. And we're starting to get that information now with our fleets as areas assessment models. It's not completely independent of movement and migration, though, so there is still a bit of a spatial element to it that we don't understand. When we were having the discussions in the MSAB about setting our objectives, and one of the objectives was, well, we should try and maximize the yield, you know, subject to meeting the conservation constraints. And then I immediately came back to the group and said, so that can look a couple of different ways. You can either maximize the yield in the halibut fishery over all areas, is a very, very different policy than trying to maximize the yield within each of the areas. And you would probably get a lot more halibut out of this resource if you were to maximize the yield over all of the areas. But because you own quota in a given area, that would be perceived as highly unfair amongst the individual fishermen. So we agreed at the time that we wanted to try and maximize the yield among the regulatory areas. The two things happen. There's two approaches to this. One is we maintain the biomass apportionment and apply area-specific harvest rates, and then this board could then actually start looking at, okay, what should those area-specific harvest rates look like? And how does, you know, a change in the harvest rate of one area impact the harvest in another area associated with the migration and movement and all that? So those are really interesting questions inside the domestic fishery. You can also try and, you know, because the bycatch fisheries are killing the vast majority of fish relative to the domestic or the directed fishery, I think that the biggest bang for your buck in terms of research is trying to figure out a way to make that system work where we address, I think it was the first inconvenient truth that Bob brought up, was that the North Pacific Council has this sort of perverse harvest control rule that says you should take more halibut as the stock gets smaller and smaller. Or the fraction of halibut in the water as the stock gets smaller and smaller gets reallocated to the bycatch fisheries, and it's the directed fisheries who have to pay the entire conservation burden. I think we need to sort of address that issue otherwise there's no incentive in the directed fishery to rebuild the stock for someone else to harvest it. In terms of the next steps of this stuff, I'm presenting this presentation, or a form of this presentation, on Tuesday night next week, and it's just an information session. There's no data or results. It's just, here's my idea, what do you think of it? And I hope to get feedback from that. I'm also working on a discussion paper that will be presented to the council in the December council meeting, and this will be the centerpiece of that discussion paper. At this point in time, you know, this is also an opportunity for the MSAB to sort of provide feedback on what you think should go in that discussion paper. No one said the obvious question yet, and it kind of scares me that no one's asked me this, because I probably think you probably didn't understand what I said in the first half hour. If you were to adopt this approach, the first step is way above my pay grade. The first step would be coming up with this allocation agreement, where you would have to negotiate with Canada and the United States who's going to get how much, and how would that negotiation happen. The second point I want to make and stress is that if there's no will or impetus or want in the council and the IPHC to pursue this, this idea just dies right here. We'll go back to our bag of tricks and look for something else to do.
Chris wrote allocation down right away, but none of us had the guts to bring it up. But the take-home message from there is really that it's just a new set of hard questions. We still need to answer hard questions. It's just a new approach to it, and Bruce has put this forward a couple of times. So I think it's helpful.
Comment I'd just like to make on it is, I mean, I know some of us have seen this presentation and thought about it before. This is the first time I've kind of seen the presentation. I've heard some discussion on it. I've had some discussion on it. You know, I'd hate to say, you know, it dies right here. I don't know, maybe I'm taking that a little too literally, but, you know, this is something that I would at least like to be able to go back and talk to my constituents about and just say, look, there is this idea, and make sure they have the opportunity to hear it firsthand. Because it is an idea, and it at least, you know, it bears some discussion. So that's the one thing I'd sort of caution on, at least from my perspective, is I'm still kind of cranking it around in my head a bit here, and I need to talk to some people that I report to about it. That's
a good point, Chris. I should maybe reiterate what we talked about when this was first brought up on the agenda yesterday, that the intent here is it's a first blush for all of us. This is the first time we've seen this in any formal setting. It's going to take me a few times to see this presentation before I actually get anything of it. And I'm thinking some folks are in a similar situation. So this is a chance for us just to take a first look at it, hopefully see it again, and then be in a better position the next time we get together to make some more substantive decisions from an MSAB perspective.
Just one thought. Steve Martell, is it possible to distribute that presentation so people could digest it more, or is it something you don't want to release to the hounds?
Yeah, I have no problem mentioning
Okay. Well, maybe something for you guys to think about afterwards.
It's already in the webinar, so it's already in the ether.
Oh, that's true. It's on the internet now. Sorry, Chris Sporer, and then Bruce.
No, I'll pass.
I just you're talking about the presentation you just gave. The only thing that I had about that being released is you said the examples in there. You had your 100 fish and you had the little buckets, and you said your daughter made that up. Now, I don't know if you're being literal about that or you're saying that's just an example, because I'm afraid that people are going to take that literally. If you put 43 fish in that bucket, that's where that is. So if that is just a figurative example and not approximation of reality, I'm not so sure that's a good idea to put that on there, because that's something that people can grab onto and it's simple to understand, and they're going to get the wrong idea without the explanation you just gave.
So this begs the question, should we put real numbers in there, or should we highlight that this is an example.
Usually, if you're going to use an example, you don't use the actual buckets and the actual figures. If you're an economist, you use widgets. There's 100 widgets, and here's 4 buckets that get divided into. But without you made an off-the-cuff comment that was your daughter that did that. But that begs the question to me: if that's not anywhere, if that's not based on anything, I most certainly wouldn't use those buckets in Little Halibut, because that's the take-home message a lot of people are going to get from that. Because that's the easy part to understand. So, the example is good, but the tie-in where people are going to get confused about that being real, I would have concerns about that.
Relaying from Peggy. Peggy notes that she agrees with Chris that this needs a lot more discussion and evaluation before any decisions are made. The point she's gotten out of this is that it addresses the core mission of IPHC, which is to conserve the halibut stock, and she recommends that we use actual numbers in that graphic relative to what Bruce was just saying.
Yeah, but the figure doesn't work. Don't work. Well, I would have to hook 10,000 halibut up on the street to get one to go into
And just to pause, there is a few things that need to be addressed, and if we're to stick with you guys being done by 3:30, we probably need to shift gears to sorting out some of those next steps. Dan, something to that point, or?
Yes, to the next steps point, I have my next step is a teleconference at 2:30, so I'm sorry I will have to leave, but I will see you all at the next meeting.
Excellent.
Thank you.
So to Bruce's concern, can we just put a caveat on the slide that says these are fake numbers, or courtesy of Ms. Martel? I heard it. I may have been there. I just didn't see it. So.
Bruce Lehman, or did you want to add something?
It was just that. I think if this is a work that Steve has been evolving over the last couple of months and putting this together, and I think that I would not like to see the initiative get distracted because people are focusing on a particular set of numbers instead of the conceptual basis that Steve's trying to put across here. So I would favor the idea of sort of using an example, making it clear that it's an example in here, because it's the concept that we're trying to get across.
John's got a question, but co-chairs, what do you think about shifting gears to next steps?
Yeah, we need to move on. Let's make a decision on how this is going to get distributed or not. So that I see 2 options given the concerns. One is we don't see this presentation. We don't get a copy of this presentation unless we go onto YouTube. We can watch it there. The other option is it is distributed to us, but we don't distribute it on further because of the concerns around sharing this information. That doesn't really work that well. So the default is probably just we can watch YouTube on repeat, and we'll see this again in December.
I mean, excuse me if I may, but Steve's going to be presenting this next week at an information session of the council, so it's not like it's a secret or anything like that. We're not trying to make it that way. We're just trying to make it in something where we're trying to get a message across, and what's the best route to get that message across.
So I had a couple of different thoughts, and I appreciate that, Bruce. I would like to have a copy because it is going to be presented, and I anticipate getting questions about it, and I would like to have it for reference, and so I think that would be helpful. Having said that, Steve, you ran through it, pretty quickly, and I tried to jot down some notes, and so it's difficult, I think, for someone to simply view the PowerPoint who wasn't here, or even those of us who were here but weren't able to track it as quickly as you spoke, to get down all of the salient points and what we're seeing from one slide to the other. And so I don't know if there's I don't know if there's a way to potentially capture some notes, or if we do get questions about it that we can't answer, what's the appropriate mechanism for folks to get those answers? Who should we refer them to, or should we just describe it as this is a presentation that we quickly received, didn't have a lot of time to discuss, but it was a good heads up and is something we will hear more about in the future?
Yes. John wanted to say something.
Well, I just had a question. I agree with Bruce. You better put the real numbers in there or leave the numbers out completely. And the second thing is, if you had to put 10,000 up just to get one in the commercial fishery, is that right? So where do all those other fish go? Okay. So maybe there's a way of showing with numbers less than 100 what happens after natural mortality takes its place.
To comment, there are real numbers in that presentation and there are fake numbers in that presentation. The real numbers I gave you was, the 17% of the yield corresponds to 58% of or whatever of the fish that die due to fishing is going to bycatch. So the IPHC is really managing less than half of the halibut out there. The other half is falling under other jurisdictions.
And is that just for the Bering Sea, or is that for all of
coast?
Okay. Okay.
If you were to look in other areas, it's much worse.
We need to move along. So I think Michelle's suggestion was a good one, that if people ask about it, we can say we've just received this information. There'll be more information coming out shortly. We can talk more after this meeting if people want some specifics, but in the interest of trying to get some of our deliverables done, I suggest we move on.
Sure.
As just one final suggestion, sorry, on the PowerPoint itself, Steve. So I think as you show the 100 fish and you have them go to natural mortality and you have the others go, I would just simply remove the numbers. So don't show that it's 44 over 100 and then the other 56 and here how they're divided. Just simply have fish move into the different buckets, but don't have the numbers below to try to quantify what the movement is.
This may come off rude, but that's akin to sort of saying, let's share the resource, but let's not have a joint process or an allocation agreement. That is the point of the whole exercise, is to put the numbers up there to show that how the accounting framework works when you're doing a mortality per recruit accounting rather than a yield per recruit accounting. So if I take the numbers off, I guess my question to you is does it still make sense?
Well, we keep getting sucked into.
Well, sorry, guys. Let's go to next steps. We can chat more after. Bruce, let's go to next steps. We'll chat more about this after. Just in the interest of trying, because I know some folks have to go, so we can chat more about after we go through this, if that's all right. Well, this issue is not going to go to bed. We said we were going to spend 3. We spent almost 20.
If the numbers are important, then it's important for the numbers to be right. If the numbers are not important, then it doesn't matter if they're there. So I'm really confused right now as far as why we have to have the numbers, but then again, they don't have to be right.
Let's talk about it after, please.
All right. Well, I guess what's the most important for you to sort out of the 3 brown things there? Is it who and what to present at the next meeting? Or is it meeting dates and topics and format?
I'm assuming it's going to be Michelle and I talking at the annual meeting with some help from staff. Unless anybody else wants to speak, you're more than welcome. Bruce wants to speak? So given that most folks are still here, I think we should talk about meeting dates, topics, format, etc. I know Chris Spohr had mentioned some alternative meeting formats to get best return for our travel time.
Yeah, just an idea, and I know some of us travel a bit further than others. Like I know Jeff, your travel's a little more has to be a little more aggressive than some of us. I have a 2-hour drive or 3-hour drive depending on traffic. But I guess I'm just wondering, and I think it depends on how we see the meetings going forward and what we have to work on. But some of us are traveling a long way. We're all traveling. We're getting here, and we're spending a day and a half. Is that good enough? I mean, I guess my question is, maybe that's the wrong way to phrase it, but if we're traveling all this way, we're incurring this expense, do we want to at least put in 2 full days? And I don't know what people's travel schedules are like. Getting here at 12:30 makes way more sense. But if we have to start at 12:30, is there any appetite, for example, to go into 6 o'clock or 6:30 to put in 2 full days instead of 1.5 days, just to get more bang for the buck? This is just something I'm throwing out there for discussion. I just think if my understanding of the MSE process and the work that's got to go in, it takes some time. We've got to, we got to put in some hard yards. A lot of it also depends on, at some point where we might hit a block. We can only go so far until there's more work on a model or something like that. So we have to be cognizant of that. But that's just something I'm throwing out for discussion with the group.
So Scott.
Well, I'll register that for me, I would welcome a longer meeting. It doesn't make any difference in terms of cost. I can't get, even if leaving when this meeting ends at 3, I can't get home the same day anyway. So I mean, I'm happy with 2 full days.
Is there agreement around the table that the strategy is a longer meeting and still 2 meetings per year? Because it strikes me there's a number of options. You could meet more frequently over a year. I guess the first thing is, do you need more time? Do you want to proceed more rapidly? John?
Well, I'd say 2 things, at least from my perspective. I have a hard time committing to more than what we're doing this meeting. Second thing is, I sort of lose, I got to tell you, I lose interest after. I'm starting to lose interest now. I mean, it's just hard to stay on focus, especially when you go through something like we had between 11:30 and noon, and you're trying to remember 10% of that. You can't write fast enough, but I think I like the format. I like this format.
What are some other people that haven't spoken? Yeah, Per.
Yeah, I have to agree with John. I mean, here it is, 2:20, and I'm checking my watch already, wondering, man, we're 3 o'clock and roll around soon?
We're old guys, Per.
What are some other thoughts on just these meetings?
What about the actual structure of the meeting? Like this morning, we took a bit of a different approach, having some more workshop, less presentations. Is that something that's been constructive? Do people want to go for a walk or something instead? I don't know. There's different ways you can convey information.
I thought this morning was great because it got everybody very active. It broke into much smaller groups. I thought that was a really good idea. And I thought it kind of used up some time that otherwise we'd all be sitting here kind of doing what we're doing now.
Jim Lane asks if we could try and start earlier on the first day.
Does everyone agree, though, that more time needs to go into these meetings? Chris?
I take the comments of John and Per. I think those are reasonable comments, and I agree. And I guess what I'm saying is I think we may have to devote more time to this process, but I take your point. Like, we need time to digest what we just talked about and the like. So maybe there's some kind of balance there, and maybe it is that we do more of these like workshop sessions. We do something, and then we do have time for that in between to kind of decompress and then move on to the next topic. So I mean, I'm not saying I want to have longer meetings or more meetings for the sake of it. I'm trying to figure out what's going to be most effective, and also given that there is a lot of travel involved, there's a lot of cost involved. Is there a way to get a little more done when we meet? But I think it depends on what we're going to talk in the format of the meeting. So I'm not married to one idea or the other, and I do take your point. It's a lot to take in, and right now my mind's reeling on the footprint thing, and I'm on that, and I'm kind of everything else is now secondary as I'm trying to. It's just there, and I can't get rid of it now.
Maybe part of it could be too that we just need to work. Oh, it's a cliche, but we need to work smarter, not harder, not longer. I think this meeting has benefited from having a bit more of a structured agenda, doing some different activities like the workshop, and so I feel like although we've met for almost the same amount of time as we have in past meetings, we've been a little more productive, and maybe that's enough, because I think the idea of having more meeting time was that we would be more productive.
Rachel.
And I guess just to follow up on that, I'm agreeing with or hearing what everyone's saying, but we talked about the next steps and hopefully really getting into doing some actual evaluation of management procedures, and I think that will hopefully help us move along and make some progress and feel engaged in that.
Thank you.
Yeah, Peggy notes that well, she supports the idea that 2 days could easily be done, but also notes that the length of the meeting might be tailored to what the agenda is. So some meetings might be 1.5 days, and others where we're going to do more evaluation might be longer, like 2 full days.
Bruce.
That's Bruce Gabris. I guess in response to Per and John's comments over there, that the initial phases of these meetings, when we were trying to learn a lot of this process and such, you know, a day and a half was about all that the brain, I think, could handle of that. But on the contrary to that, if we get into evaluating specific items and things, then those probably are going to take longer. And I don't think that's as much as a brain burner. I mean, because you're analyzing data and analyzing decisions, which a longer meeting would be probably productive and useful for that. So perhaps the length of our meeting is going to be dependent upon, Adam, as you said, what is on the agenda. And we had just a lot of things in here, and we skipped, in my opinion, we skipped from a different, you know, this, and that, instead of being focused on an issue or a thing like that. So starting earlier on the first day probably is not going to make any difference to me, because I either have to come down the night before or take the red eye anyway. But extending it more than 2 full days is probably not a good thing.
So, I thought that one of the things that has made some of our previous meetings less productive is the need to sort of come up to speed again on things for a lot of stuff, because on staff, you know, this is sort of our bread and butter, so we think about it a lot, and you folks obviously don't because you're making a living somewhere else. I think the idea that what you said, Adam, about working smarter is maybe we need to be more specific about what your jobs are in between meetings, so that you have homework and you come back and have those things done. And that's going to help us be a little bit more efficient than what we might have been, where we sort of come up and all of a sudden start de novo every time we have a meeting.
Okay, so if I can summarize what I think I've heard is that there's maybe support for some incremental change in the meeting time, like maybe we can start a little bit earlier on the first day, but the meeting length should be defined more by you know, what the contents are. So we can structure our meetings, or we can structure the meetings around the contents of it. Is one component, and we can also try to work a little smarter. A good suggestion from, if it was Peggy or Chris or somebody on the agenda setting committee, they added your homework on the agenda that we saw ahead of time. If we can get the agenda out a little bit earlier, people can see their homework a little bit earlier, that would be helpful in terms of getting folks up to speed. But I think if we take those 2 things, some incremental changes to the meeting time and just adjusting the meeting structure to the topics that are going to be discussed, I think it should be sufficient. The other question though is, so that's meeting format. What are we, and meeting topics will kind of be defined by our timelines, which we still have to discuss. The meeting date is the other one. I'm assuming we're not going to get together until the spring again, just because of the chaos of actually fishing and the annual meeting.
Traditionally, we've had the meetings in May. I think our first meeting was in June, but since then we've had the last 2 meetings in May, roughly the 2nd or 3rd week, and then this meeting has always been in October.
I just think from a staff workload perspective, we're pretty useless for something other than sort of pounding through assessments and stuff at this time of year.
Well, I missed the last May meeting because it was late May, and that was a fishing time for where I am. The previous meeting the year before was early May, which is fine. So I really ask that you not put it towards the end of May. And anything later than that, obviously, is probably a no-go because that conflicts a bunch of things. And I do have the tide tables out here right now.
So. No, I was thinking, Dr. Lehman, about not really being able to get much staff support, and that's going to be, I think, a large part of our next steps is working with this scorecard. So, meeting again in early May, sounds reasonable. Chris just leaned over and whispered to me that that would probably mean the agenda setting committee has got to get together in March, April-ish, so that the agenda could be delivered to, I think, actually maybe 3 weeks ahead of time, so that folks could figure out what their homework is and get that time sorted. So does that
The only comment I have on I'm fine with setting the agenda 3 weeks ahead of time, but I think at the end of these meetings, we should have a preview. I know the council always does these sort of 3 meeting outlooks, and I think as someone who's a technical support person who's needing to build tools and stuff like that, I can't do this inside of 3 weeks' time. You know, the stuff Katarina and I worked on, we spent a month on it, figured out it was all wrong, I had to take it all apart again, and spent another month fixing it. So it takes a lot of time, so we need to have some sort of 3 meeting outlook so we can prepare in advance where the tools need to be.
So something that needs to be done, and I'm not totally clear on how it's going to happen yet, but is the MSE process timeline, having that revised. That will give us maybe that 3 meeting outlook, but I agree we need something at the end of this meeting to inform staff of what we want to talk about in May. My 2 cents is we're getting into the evaluation that we'd be using a scorecard, we'd have our objectives explicitly laid out, and we would give staff a set of a dozen management procedures or maybe a few minor tweaks to the MSC tool that we could play with. That's very rough. I don't know if anyone else has thoughts on next meeting.
I would think that if we're looking for the next outreach to May meeting, you know, that's after the January annual meeting, and the commissioners might have something to say about what they want us to do, and I would welcome that guidance from the commissioners to kind of set our agenda. So I don't really realistically see that you're going to have the material to know what that is until after the annual meeting. To get the advice of the commissioners, and also we'll have the stock assessment and find out what the hot issues are for our new year. So you're going to probably have to wait, Adam, I would suggest, till after the January meeting before you're going to really know what that topics are going to be for May.
But I still think that, I think it's a good point, but I don't think what we're talking about loses sight of that. And I think, in fact, we find out what's come out, and then at the May meeting, the group may discuss, the commissioners say, we want you to look at X. Then at the May meeting, we discuss, we want to look at how are we going to look at X? And then from that meeting comes, do we need changes to a model? Do we need something different? And then in the October meeting, we try and say, okay, here's the work or the evaluation of where X landed. That's how I kind of see that. But I think your point is a good one, Bruce, that we need to keep in mind that the annual meeting is a kind of bit of game changer and a lot of new information, at least from the stakeholders' perspective, and people start thinking about different things.
Can I throw an idea in? Is it worth you setting up some sort of a technical working group, subgroup from this? I think, Adam, maybe you talked about that earlier, but some of you to lay out some of those next steps and to engage or outreach within you in between, as opposed to, it doesn't strike me as the right way to go for you guys to be thinking about things just a month ahead of your next meeting.
Yeah, it'd be, I'd almost see like a subcommittee or this group talking at the annual meeting. I mean, broad strokes, I'd say like the next meeting we have in May is going to be talking largely about evaluation plus whatever hot topics come up at the annual meeting. But I think it's a really good point, Chris, about having some sort of technical working group. It could be that the agenda setting committee serves that need. So, thank you, agenda setting committee.
Yeah, Rachel. Rachel, could you ask that to the mic just so we have that?
I just wanted to confirm that was okay with everyone who's not on the agenda setting committee. It's fine with me as a member of that committee, but.
All right, so the proposal is agenda setting committee meets sometime soon to lay out what next steps and to start thinking about agenda, or what exactly are you doing?
Well, I mean, I think from what I've heard is that the agenda setting committee would take on sort of this new role of looking at, okay, what is that timeline? What are those things that we're going to look at it? But we wouldn't be doing it, at least in my perspective, we wouldn't be doing it in isolation. We'd meet, we'd say, hey, here's the idea. Let's work through this. Here's something. Let's put that out to the committee on an email. Here's the plan. What does everybody think about it? Get some feedback, work through it, and then we've got a step. I just see it. It's the agenda setting committee is a subcommittee to set the agenda, and this is similar along those. It's along those lines. It's how we're moving the agenda. We're just, instead of looking at it meeting to meeting, we're looking at it what's out for the year. But I think, again, the important point will be, once we do that, is having that feedback loop with the rest of the committee.
Did Peggy have something to add to that, or to contribute to that?
She says, you're welcome. And I agree, it could be expanded. And that, I have to see what she means by that, expanding the agenda committee or expanding the process.
Perhaps the role of that committee? Well, Rachel asked a good question. You know, how does everyone else feel about that? And I suppose the way to go about that, are there any people that feel that's the wrong way to go? Or can everyone at least accept that plan? Now would be the time.
So essentially, the agenda setting committee is going to set the agenda for a couple meetings out, and that's what it is in effect.
Yeah, it may, before Bruce goes, is it setting the agenda, or is it maybe just sketching out a plan to be adjusted as needed?
Yeah, that's a better way to put it.
Bruce?
Well, I think there's first off, I agree that there needs to be a committee, and I trust in your guys' judgment about what are the hot button issues, and of course you're going to have to talk to staff and the commissioners to get, what are those issues that the MSAB should be looking at. And then, so I see it as two parts in the agenda. One, there's going to be some directed tasks, I hope, which will come from the commissioners, probably at the annual meeting. And then there's those longer term things that we're working on for our own education, or how we're going to go through these modeling. And so I think if you think about it that way, is that there's two parts. There'll be outside direction, which you just incorporated into the schedule, and then what is our long-term goal for these other things. And I'm perfectly comfortable with the agenda setting committee if they're going to obviously get suggestions from here, or absorb suggestions from the group to do that. And if we have some objection to that, or if you're ignoring my thoughts, I will most certainly let you know.
And Peggy helped me out here. She mentions expanding the agenda committee to technical folks who may be better informed them on what the staff is working on, or if not, officially expanding the agenda committee, getting to those folks for advice. So I think involving the staff with the work of the agenda committee.
So it sounds like a decision's been made to pursue that. Okay. And thanks, Rachel, for raising that important point. Were there other things here?
The last point on here, so we've talked about the MSAB recommendation process. That's something that'll be dealt with some minor adjustments to the terms of reference, minor proposal. MSC process timeline steps, this is something that sounds like the agenda setting committee is going to take up a little bit. The fishery footprint follow-up, we've had some brief discussion that I abruptly cut off, and we can talk about more after. Who and what to present next meeting, that's going to be Michelle and I with some help from staff. Meeting date, topics, formats, we've talked about that. It sounds like we've got a process in place. The last one is operating model. And I think the discussion that we had yesterday was that we're more or less maintaining the status quo. We're going to continue work with the MSE tool and the coast-wide model. We'll use that to try and do some high-level management procedure selection, and then we could say if we have more specific questions that we could use the spatial. Let me take a step back. Steve had said the spatial model is 20,000 lines of code. Putting the operating or the GUI in front is another 4 million lines of code. We, I think, said by and large, we probably don't need that GUI. We could maybe provide some advice for different simulations to run after we've played with the MSE tool. I think I'm going to butcher that summary, so anyone is welcome to speak up.
So does everyone have it? Like, I mean, I think I got it. I mean, we sort of talked about it on the ride home there, Bruce, and I've talked to a few others. So as long as it looks like everyone's nodding, so
maybe it's. It sounds like it's time to switch gears. The last, Bruce? Yeah.
Before we leave that, I think one of the things that obviously, and you guys hearing what the staff had to say and what's been involved in doing it and getting just a glimmer of what's been involved with it, I think one of the things that the staff has to do is to work with the commission about trying to get a better resourcing for the technical side of this thing, because it's clearly an issue. So I think that's something that we need to do.
Thank you for making that important clarification. I don't think anyone around the room wants to abandon the spatial model. It's just, this is the hand we've been dealt. Let's try to proceed as much as we can, while some of the higher level issues like resourcing are tried to be addressed.
Well, maybe on that note, the last big thing on your agenda is to talk about your future facilitation needs and maybe other needs. So, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm going to get to that. Prior to that, just want to touch base on the objectives of this meeting, and then Dave and I'll excuse ourselves. What were the objectives? They were to ensure a common understanding among all of you of MSAB governance, roles and responsibilities of yourselves, of also staff and constituents. We've covered those things off, I think. The MSC process and how that fits with other activities of the IPHC and other bodies and decision-making activities or processes. Outreach, we've covered that. Do people have, Dave said at the end of his talk that he would love comment. Maybe Dave, could you throw your email address up?
Yeah, no problem. If anyone has any feedback you'd like to provide me, I'll send it around at the end of the meeting here.
Okay. You probably have it.
Most have it. I know the agenda committee does, and interviewees do it. It should be in your contacts, but I'll just send a bulk email to everyone with it.
And so the last of that one point was to reach agreement on how to go forward on these topics of roles and outreach and whatnot. Strikes me that we have figured out a path forward on those things, but I think please raise your hand if we haven't. The second agenda item or objective was to ensure you all have a common understanding of meeting discussions and outcomes and have sufficient opportunity to contribute. We've tried to provide that, and I think it sounds like the breakout groups has really helped to deal with one of those thorny issues, which is understanding that tool. It's challenging, certainly for a facilitator, to try and you want to make sure everyone's participating, and you provide opportunities, and you hope people will take those opportunities, and you try and provide that space. Hopefully that's helped. I'm not sure. Please do let me know if you didn't have the space. Even if I'm not involved with you guys in the future, I'd love your feedback. And maybe any comments on there? Do people feel like there's been ample space for everyone to contribute? I understood from interviews and chatting with people that in past, some people have felt like they're just totally don't understand what's going on, or that maybe they're crowded out by certain individuals or what, that there haven't been proper opportunities. And maybe that's something you can discuss in your final topic as well, your final talk. The third objective was establishing working capability among all of you with the tool, associated models, and to have achieved measurable progress in your evaluation of the fishery. Strikes me that certainly a lot's been gained in this meeting about achieving capability amongst all of you. And did you then evaluate? You did evaluate some of the procedures, did you not? Okay, great. And the last objective was just providing time for you to discuss future facilitation. You'll have that momentarily. So at this time, Adam and Michelle have done a great job of constantly recapping the key messages. I think, and Steve a short while ago recapped some of his messages of that denser talk before lunch. It's been super helpful for me because you guys have more acronyms than anyone I know of. I don't know how you follow all of them. And so I don't think I need to reiterate all of the things that Adam's been going over, all of the key messages and key learnings. So at this point, I think I'll just thank you. It's been a pleasure meeting you all and coming down here. And we will next, we're going to be writing up detailed minutes. And I think we were planning anyway to write up an executive summary. And that was something we discussed at Outreach. And so if you have in the near term, right, what kind of timeline, we've already decided we want to crank out a draft for you. I'm not sure if we discussed a specific timeline, but in my mind, in our mind, it was, the next week or two. When does the group want those detailed minutes going out? I know there's going to be some back and forth. We're probably going to need a little bit of help from the technical staff here, perhaps, someone like Steve Martell or whatever, to look at what we've written up, because some of your content is quite technical. And maybe there's a bit of an approval process or editing process internally here at the Commission. So I don't know what the minimum time can be, but what is an ideal time for the group to have those things published? Is it a month from now? Is it 2 months from now? 6 months from now? A month? Okay. All right. Maybe that's it. Oh, right. And then we're going to, as part of that, we are going to provide you with materials on Outreach.
Okay. Thanks. To you guys, I want to first of all thank Chris and David for coming. We're going to have a discussion very shortly about facilitation, the over thing. That discussion is going to be offline. So we'll have this internally within the committee. We'll have that discussion. But just before, I just wanted to thank Chris and David on here, and I'll turn it over to you, Adam. I'm just going to walk up for a second with Chris and David.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing. Express thanks for all the committee members who have come together. I know a lot of people had expressed some frustration over the last meeting. I think we've made good progress. The frustration is understandable. Folks here are used to being amongst one of the most tightly managed fisheries in the world, and so you have high expectations. It's understandable. I appreciate everyone's perseverance and the guidance we've been given by the facilitators so far, and for indulging Michelle and I as co-chairs.
So in the minutes, it would be helpful if there's a dialogue of the different scenarios on the size limit, because that was something that the commissioners wanted to hear from you on. So make sure that that's in there.
Mm-hmm.
I want to thank everybody. I think this meeting went much smoother. I thank the agenda committee members, and especially want to thank Adam and Michelle for, as Chris pointed out, periodically stopping and summarizing what just happened. I think that's really crucial, and it's a really valuable tool for me. So thanks, you guys.
Just want to remind you, we're not finished yet. We have the facilitating thing.